to the day 2 of Rethinking Pedestrian Spaces for Cities of the Global South. Yesterday we explored pedestrian spaces through diverse perspectives: urban policy, planning, governance, mobility, and public space design. The keynote addresses, panel discussions, and technical sessions highlighted both the opportunities and the challenges of creating more inclusive, walkable, and people-centered. To begin the second day of the conference, we continue this conversation by looking forward the future of urbanism and the evolving role of pedestrian spaces in shaping sustainable cities. It is now my pleasure to introduce our plenary keynote speaker, Professor Vinayak Bharani, Adjunct Professor of Urbanism at the School of Architecture, University of Southern California, USA, who has joined us online. Professor Bharani is an internationally acclaimed urban designer, city planner, author, and educator whose work bridges urban design, planning, policy, and architecture. He is the co-director of My Livable City, a global think tank dedicated to advancing inclusive and sustainable urbanism, and serves as the executive editor of its biannual journal. In recognition of his outstanding contributions to urban planning and urban design, he was honored with the John Chase Visionary Award by the American Planning Association's Los Angeles section in 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm virtual welcome to Professor Vinayak Bharani. Yes, the floor is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning to all of you, and thank you for this invitation. When I read the topic of this conference, the first irony that struck me is I live in Los Angeles, which I've lived here for 30 years. It raises the very interesting question, what the hell happened to pedestrians? Because LA is the ultimate model of, I always tell my students, the ultimate model of what not to do. Because I don't know if many of you know this, but until about the 50s, Los Angeles had more than 1,000 miles of train tracks. It was one of the most transit-oriented cities in the United States. And by the 1960s, specifically, I think the last train track was systematically dismantled in 1963, if I'm not mistaken. So between the 50s and the 60s, through incredibly legal means, through policy-driven planning, through systematic organized processes of what was considered progressive planning in those days, the pedestrian-oriented city, which relied so much on public transit and less on vehicles, was systematically taken away, and the entire city was changed through the Federal Highway Act and many other concurrent policies that brought in a different paradigm of city planning. So it's kind of ironic that,
recording in progress.
It just struck me that isn't it ironic that here we are struggling to transform a huge opportunity palimpsest like Los Angeles in terms of planning, and we get into this discourse of what makes greater pedestrian walkable cities in the rest of the world. Now, as these ideas traverse to the rest of the world, even more complex issues surface as these ideas are taken apart. The good news, of course, is that we all, who are gathered here, are convinced, and more than convinced, that cities are not meant for cars. So I think we are well beyond that discussion point. And since this is an academic conference, I think it's very important not to be oversimplistic about concepts like, pedestrian cities are about reclaiming our streets only, or making sidewalks better. I think we all know that. There's so many wonderful projects that all of us have been involved in that are doing that sort of thing. I think the important thing I hope that this conference will be discussed is many of the other nuanced or difficult subjects that are not so much being talked about. For example, there is a huge process already in place in the global north and certainly the global south, I think, where cities are reclaiming many of the public spaces. This is a project I was involved in an early part of my career where we took two-thirds of a mile-long street, transformed it. It was a huge success story of economic development, etc., etc. But these are not the things I wish to discuss today, because there are numerous other precedents, paradigms of pedestrian cities, pedestrian spaces, pedestrian prototypes that I think also deserve attention in terms of what they've achieved, why they have come to the guises they have, etc., etc. One of my favorite examples in the global north, just to set the stage for the discussion in a comparative standpoint, is the path in Toronto. I consider Toronto to be one of the greatest cities of the global north. And the reason for this is, among other things, it grapples with a very, very difficult climate. Toronto freezes for almost 6 months of the year, which means that the economic index of a city like this cannot continue the way we often do. India has 6 months of rain, but when you have 6 months of rain and snow with incredibly cold temperatures, the vehicular city cannot function itself, leave alone the pedestrian city. So what Toronto have done, and I hope many of you will have a chance to see this someday in your life, is from the 1900s to the late 80s, it incrementally created this marvelous subterranean 3-kilometer long network of trains and malls and an entire subterranean city, if you can call it so, that takes care of the pedestrian city and the economy when the rest of the city above is compromised due to the geographic limitations of the regional setting of what the city is really all about. It's a great example of how cities in the global north that have the affluence and have the infrastructural engineering capacity have taken the idea of pedestrian spaces to the extreme limit to challenge the climatic limitations they face on a daily basis. My second example is also one of my favorites, and one I return to every few years to remind myself how much I do not know, is Tokyo. And this is one of my favorite spaces in the world, the Shibuya Crossing. I don't know if any of you have seen this. It's for all practical purposes, it's a huge intersection in one of the most busiest transit nodes in Tokyo. Tokyo, as many of you know, is a megalopolis. It has, it has a wonderful car network, but that's completely secondary, even tertiary value to a huge train network that connects every aspect of that city from one side to the other. So if you want to oversimplify what Tokyo really is, it's a series of stations, and each station is a high-density node where thousands of pedestrians spill out every day. And related to this is land use zoning. Unlike zoning, which is separated uses, Tokyo has a very interesting ambiguous zoning type where it has about 6 or 8 zones, use zones. So you're allowed to put any use you want anywhere, with the exception of industrial uses that may be toxic in residential areas. So the result is Tokyo creates a city that is entirely mixed use everywhere. So you come out of the Shibuya station, and you can see it in these buildings. It's about Zakyo buildings. Because of the land pressure, the immense scarcity of land, there's simply no zoning code that allows particular separation of uses. So development allows building to be as tall as the market allows you. It also allows you to stack uses in various ways that you want. So the result is, thousands of people spill out into these nodes at the same time, and they engage in numerous functions. Some of it is housing. Now, if you look at a one-bedroom apartment in the United States, it's about 600 to 650 square feet. If you look at an average one-bedroom apartment in Tokyo, it's about 280 to 300 square feet, which has a bathroom, kitchen, and a sleeping space. Because the rest of the city caters to everything else we need. So it's a completely different model of pedestrianization, where the living aspect of it is absolutely minimal, and the rest of the city is the playground where you can actually go and use it in whichever way you want. So when I hear concepts about the walkable city, the 15-minute city, I grin sometimes when I go to Tokyo, because Tokyo is a 1-minute city. I can come down and have ramen on the 5th floor, and I can go and play pachinko on the 3rd floor. It's an incredible model that I think many of us could learn from. Now, Latin America has very different issues. It's a much more economically harsher side of the story. But many of you know this is a great example of resilience and reform through brilliant tactical infrastructural means. Comuna 13 was one of the most inaccessible low-income neighborhoods in Medellin. And in 2011, through a progressive mayor, progressive ways of thinking of planning, Janal winning so many awards, they decided to invest, instead of investing money in highways, they decided to reinvest the money in a 384-meter long escalator that connected this remote hill down into the jaw of the area. And the result is a number of things. This inaccessible neighborhood where police and ambulances could not go if there was a crime or there was a disaster, now immediately became accessible and therefore safe because police could go up the hill, etc. And then the escalator itself became a walkable space. Children could come down easily, parents could come down, senior citizens could go to their workplaces easily, and completely reform many ways of thinking about how you can reform a low-income community without really changing housing or doing anything much, but simply changing the daily lifestyle of the people from a pedestrian standpoint. Now, when it comes to South Asia, not that these things haven't been noticed, right? Because there have been numerous critiques that have been made. So, one of my favorites is 1978, Rodrigo Perez de Arce. I've corresponded with him several times because I'm a huge admirer of what he said. He's a Chilean architect who used to teach studios in the United States universities, and he was one of the first people who really astutely criticized, in a very sophisticated way, the Chandigarh Capitol Complex, which, as we know, is a marvelous piece of architecture and brilliantly utopian. Its buildings are amazing. I myself am a huge admirer of Le Corbusier's work. I've studied it enormously. But there is no question about the fact that every time I go to the Capitol, it's an abandoned place. It was supposed to be the civic heart, the community heart of the city. But perhaps because of its location, the radiant city model, completely isolated to the north of the city, perhaps partly because of the massive amounts of asphalt that, thousands of meters of asphalt that lies between the two buildings, dramatic as it is. It's a massive heat island as well. So what Rodrigo Perez de Arce proposed here, as he's tiny little sketch you can see, is he taught it in a studio. I forget which university it was. But you can see that he takes all these giant spaces between the buildings and fictitiously, hypothetically, puts in blocks and housing and says, there's enough land here that we can really make this a pedestrian place. And he even draws these sketches where through these trees you can begin to see these patina-laden concrete Corbusian buildings which now begin to look like what he calls beautiful ruins. It's a marvelously poetic idea. The point I'm trying to make is the debacles of many of these uses, many of these sort of design, the early design in South Asia were there, and they were critiqued as well. That although they were creating beautiful designs, they were also ignoring many aspects that are now coming to the forefront. But of course, what separates South Asia from and brings South Asia into the discourse of this topic is something I think we academics simply cannot resist. Which is the informal city, right? We cannot stay away from the informal city. All of you who are academics here, I'm sure diving deep into this subject. I call it the irresistible informal city. I personally don't believe in the word informal. I think it's a terrible word. I think in should be in parenthesis. There's no binary between formal and informal. We'll talk about that a little later. But the bottom line is there is a magic that happens in that city. And it's a desperate magic. It's easy for us to sit in cozy rooms and talk about this kind of phenomenon and write about it and speak about it. But the truth is, this is desperate. This is difficult urbanism. This is the urbanism which represents, on the one hand, the failure of our cities to cater to these people, and on the other hand, the incredible resilience of these people, the uncanny entrepreneurship of these people to make ends meet with minimal resources. Now, my interest in this subject comes from the point of view of sacredness, because I felt that this is such a vast subject, and many of you have written about it, and so many scholars have talked about it in different ways. I was drawn mainly to it from this perspective partly because my cultural upbringing was in Goa in a Hindu family, so this became sort of my cultural roots to understand what this means. But it occurred to me that pedestrian social spaces were being created through sacredness and sacred scapes that were catering every day to a demographic and a population in our cities that municipal planning, which is what I was practicing, was not really able to cater. So what I'm trying to say here is there is this incredible uncanny phenomenon, millennial pattern of Indian urbanism, where an anointed tree becomes a temple, the shrine becomes a microcosm of urbanity. Eventually, you see in the bottom sketch, the lowest one, the tree dies. The tree is a normal natural entity, it dies, but the spot remains stable. And through communal patronage over generations, it really becomes this franchise, sometimes formalized microcosm, becomes a temple and eventually becomes a place. And there are hundreds of places like this. We wrote a book on this. You can document this, all of you know more about this than I do. The beautiful thing about it is many of these places crystallize and coalesce to make actual habitats. And these habitats, while morphological and documented in various ways, the more important thing that separates these habitats and brings them closer to the discussion we're having today is they're less about urban state and more about ritual state. Because there's a constant reciprocal relationship between the temple, the rituals of the temple, which are choreographed acts of behavior and worship. And what sustains these habitats, hundreds of them all across India, is these patterns. Now, why I'm showing you this is because I have always felt that as a practicing architect, as a practicing urban designer and planner, there comes a moment where I'm happy to admit that I don't have an agency. And that's okay. There's no reason for me to jump into every situation and pretend that I have something to do about it. I don't have any scope in this incredible phenomenon that is going on here. In fact, I think I'm the last person that should be interfering in this kind of stuff, because I'm destroyed in 5 minutes. So what do I do with it then? I think you document it, you study it, you learn from it, you celebrate it. I think that is part of our profession as well. This is where conferences, academia come into the picture. As designers, we fall into the trap of deadlines, clients, and I got to finish this by X amount of time. The luxury you have in the academy is that you can patiently really try and understand all these phenomena and bring it into the practice world. So this is a documentation we did of a small village in Goa, Margai, where there is an annual Rathotsava, as there are so many, and the people of the village project a palanquin of the deity Lord Durga and 2 of the village gods, which you can see, and they're systematically every year they're danced on the same pathway with the same drum beat, the same rituals, etc., etc. Now, the beautiful thing about this is not planned. There is no municipal intervention. There is no zoning code. There's no regulation. These are marvelous patterns that are passed on over generations, and it's silent understanding that this will continue for ages. Now, another important aspect that relates to the theme we're talking about is pilgrimage rituals, of which there are hundreds in India. In fact, I think there's one massive one going on in North India right now. But the one I want to talk about is the one closer to my home, which is the Wari, the Varkaris, which are, as you know, just happened last month, just finished a few days back. We reached Pandharpur, I think a couple of weeks back on the Ekadashi day. But here is I believe it is a 300-kilometer long, almost 300 kilometers that goes on for 21 days. And almost 2.5 or 2 to 2.5 million people walk through multiple villages to make this happen. And it's a predictable choreographed sort of phenomenon that's going to happen every year. So the question we have to ask here is, what does this mean for planning? And this is the real question. If this is a phenomenon that is not going to stop, it is going to have an enormous impact on the 20 or 30 villages through which it is going to pass every year. What are we as planners going to do? So this is where the formal and the informal disappears. This is where municipal planning and these informal phenomena come together. To what degree can you create the mechanisms that are needed, the infrastructure, the the comfort levels that are needed for many of these people, and then step back to allow the magic of the informal city to take over. Now, another of my absolutely favorite places to go and humble myself about how much I don't know is the Shashwamedh Ghat in Varanasi. All of you, of course, know this place. I'm just reminding you about incredible it is to see a place that pulsates every 12 hours. It's a literal pulsation going on every single day. During the day hours, it's a commercial place, there are all kinds of commercial activities happening in the ghats. And then around 7:30, as many of you know, for about 2 hours, the Ganga Puja happens. Every single day. During the COVID-19 pandemic, there was one priest who would come out and do the arti. Every single day. It did not stop. If you look at it from a sort of a designer standpoint, there are numerous elements that you could document, from the sort of craft, the morphology of the faith state. If you go into the phenomenology of what really goes on, we tried this in a studio many years back. We took 12 multidisciplinary students, but we instead of taking them in the beginning of the semester, we kept them in the United States till the last 2 weeks of the semester, as naive students who are beginning to speculate about Varanasi. And then in the last 2 weeks, we took them to India with their proposals, and we unleashed them to talk to the people in the city. And the nice thing was to see how all these students began to realize how wrong they were, because the moment we talked to the inhabitants of the city, a lot of things happened. One of the things we did as an exercise is we took a notepad and gave it to people, rickshawalas, hermits, vendors, and we told them to draw Varanasi. Just draw what your city means to you. And what you see in these diagrams about is the final rendition of what they drew. So some of them drew Nandi, the bull Nandi, with the temples inscribed upon it. That was their version of Varanasi. Some of them drew, the professors particularly drew Varanasi as they saw it as a city on the western bank of the river. Some of them drew it as the Kashi Darpana, which is the ancient map, and went on. Now the point is, all of us perceive our cities differently. So the question now all this brings is we observe the pedestrian spaces of the city, we reflect about the pedestrian city, how we engage with it. There is a place, obviously, for designers to engage with it, otherwise, we wouldn't be professionals, we bring something to the table. Obviously, I'm sure many of you have already talked about the importance of making streets wonderful, making streets inclusive, talking about safety, visibility, access. All of these are very important subjects and they can never be taken for granted. The ones I want to talk about today are the two places where I think the discussion doesn't happen very well. The first one to me is historic urban cores, which I think are incredibly relevant in South Asia. Because South Asia has so many historic cities, many of which we take for granted because we've even forgotten where they started. And many times what happens is the historic core of the city faces a very dubious future. As the rest of the city grows, that kernel where the city started now faces one of two destinies. It either gentrifies and becomes a completely different place where life doesn't happen spontaneously, but is over-manicured in terms of resorts and commodified tourism, or it gets neglected. So the question that many such cities face is, what is their future? The reason it comes into this discussion is because these cities were never meant for cars. Historic urban cores were designed centuries ago when cars were not in existence. The streets are tiny, the open spaces are modest, the buildings are of a modest density. They don't have the kind of infrastructure to support. And yet, as people live there and the demands of contemporary lifestyles change the nature of the city, they're like pressure cookers. They get enormous pressure from the vehicles and parking that is not very good. So this is a study, a planning study we did for a grant for a beautiful World Heritage site in Mexico called Puebla. And what I'm trying to show you is you know, what efforts are there. That none of this was done by me alone. We always work in teams as men, you know, it's not possible to do this. They're very multidisciplinary projects. But the bottom line is, in many of these cities, you can take a select block of the urban core and pedestrianize it. And when I say pedestrianize it, I mean you allow select vehicles only. This has been done in many cities. This is not a new strategy. So in this case, we selected around 12 or 15 blocks around the central cathedral. There's a marvelous cathedral which is inundated with cars and all kinds of things going on right now. So the plan that you see on the right-hand side is a very simple thing. The park at the bottom and the existing park to the top are connected by two main streets. These are over time going to be enhanced with commerce, etc. But the key move is the introduction of a tram line, a public which creates a framing loop around the urban core. The dark crimson buildings that you see are new development or enhanced reuse of historic buildings that will create a pedestrian connection to the central plaza. Now what we did is we created these renderings to show what the possibilities, once you remove these cars from the center of the city, and the city is now selected only in terms of public bike share, two-wheelers, trams, etc. You're not inundated with conventional vehicular crowds. A lot of things begin to change. So this is an assortment of images. There are many more we created, but this is a simple assortment that we showed the community of what could happen if you simply get 12 to 15 blocks. You can beat the rest of the town as is. If you just take 12 to 15 blocks and you transform this place with public transit, you can get a city, a town, a completely different town. A similar effort, we advocated for a rethinking of the historic core of the Republic of Panama. The Casco Viejo, many of you know this place, is the historic seed of where the Republic of Panama started. It was a Spanish settlement a long time ago. Today it is one of the most expensive real estates because the housing stock, the proximity to the Pacific Ocean, all of this is an enormous appeal. And anyone who lives here, it has to be wealthy, and anyone who lives here has to be ready to maintain their homes. It takes a lot to keep this kind of heritage alive. Now what happened some time back is around the edges of the Casco Viejo, the municipality, the government, designed a highway called the Cinta Costera to bypass traffic. The biggest issue for the Casco Viejo is congestion, and you will see in a minute why. If you look at the diagrams that I'm showing you here, and particularly the regional sort of map here, you can see that the Casco is a little red at the bottom. And because Panama City is a linear city from east to west, and a hilly city from north to south, so as it comes down to the Pacific Ocean, the lowland is in the Pacific Ocean, the hills go up. So in other words, unlike Los Angeles and many other cities that have a continuous street grid, Panama City is not a street grid. You can see the filigree of many organic streets that go through. When you have such a complex street setup, it's a recipe for congestion, because that means you have to rely on only one or two roads to take you from the airport, which is the yellow sort of block to the right-hand side, all the way to the Casco. So every day, twice a day at least, there is a gridlock on one of these massive roads that brings you from one side to the other. So anyone who lives in the Casco, anyone who comes to the Casco, it's a nightmare. It used to be a nightmare to come there. Today there is a train network, and things are beginning to change, but it was still a problem. Now, the Casco, as you can see, evolved as a small settlement of the peninsula, became a sort of a cogent town, and then expanded to the west, and finally, in recent years, to bypass traffic, the Cinta Costera was built. Now, what we did here is we said, what this study proposed, or advocated rather, is the introduction of boat traffic. If you have water, the most marvelous thing you can do is immediately introduce boat traffic. So we identified 3 or 4 points where the boats could actually come to the cluster. The idea was that you now reuse the piece of infrastructure instead of seeing the Cinta Costera as a challenge. It's not going to go away. You actually repurpose it with a boat dock. The boat dock actually brings the boats, creates a station. The boats dock here, and at the particular tides, there are jitneys that can take you all the way to the settlement. The result of this is 2 things. The first is because you have now created an alternative transportation system, over time, as the train network, which has been introduced recently, picks up, and as these boats pick up, the idea is that the traffic count would actually go down. All the parking lots that are currently not very nice and completely changing the character and quality of these historic settlements can be vacated, and you can actually transform them and bring them back into the glory of the beautiful plazas that we originally were. That's the diagram at the top. And then the more dramatic sort of aspirational diagram is the Cinta Costera highway over time can be repurposed into what we are calling an ecological park, because the beautiful thing about Panama is it's one of the most fantastic ecological paradises. And if you go to the Panama Canal, there are 70 kilometers wide rainforests which house some of the most incredible natural flora and fauna. People from all over the world come to study the richness of these rainforests. But yeah, I'm almost done. Good, thank you. Thank you. So the idea is the rainforest will pick up and you will plant mangroves at the edge, which will now allow you to repurpose the infrastructure on your highway. And there are a couple of pending projects. This is my hometown in Penguin, in Goa. The heart of this project is the Penguin Church, which was built out of Portuguese in the 18th century. And we're doing a scheme for it where the plaza in front of the church, which has been inundated by cars, now becomes a flex space. But we're also amalgamating that with the adjacent garden. One of the things the Portuguese did so beautifully is they created these gardens to absorb the monsoon water, which is a fact that many of us miss. And so Penguin gets flooded in certain areas, and they're using this great open space. The point I want to leave you with is the most beautiful pedestrian spaces in our cities are not within the urban condition, but at the fringe of the ecological condition in our cities. If we can reclaim our rivers, we can reclaim our creeks, our waters. These are the most beautiful pedestrian spaces we can find. This is a project we did in old Guangzhou in China to reclaim the historic waterways and bring them back alive. In this case, the idea was the opera performances that happened in the new museum will now be brought on the banks of the canal outside to activate. And then I'll leave you with this study that we're doing right now. This is a study in Agra of the Taj Mahal. This is simply saying that when you have monuments like Taj Mahal that are magnets for thousands of people who come every year to these wonderful places, the opportunity we now have is not to just allow them to appreciate the buildings, but actually the rivers as well. So the Taj Mahal actually is facing a huge problem because the Yamuna River in fact is dry. And what we are proposing is while the river cannot be restored easily, you can certainly create an interim lake that allows the foundations of the Taj Mahal to continue, and over time the river can be restored. I want to show you this. This is a housing project. I'm just showing you because for a low-income community in Egypt, when you don't have cars, this is a potter's village, you can build wonderful settlements that keeps the cars outside and allows people to walk. So I'll leave you with this. The question I want to leave you with is, what is planned and what is unplanned is a very difficult discussion. If you look at the slide to the top left, this is a mega mall in the United States. It was designed in the 80s as a place for pedestrians, but you have to arrive at the right car. This is a very questionable landscape today, but it was all done through policy and planning. The slide at the bottom is what you would call an informal settlement, an concept. It's evolving more pedestrian than any other thing I've seen. So, what does all this mean? This is my final slide. I think the message that I feel I can leave you with is, I think it's a very humbling experience to remind yourself, how much we don't know. We don't know everything. We don't know how to engage with the informal city, at least practitioners like myself don't. It's very difficult to understand the nuances of what pedestrian cities mean. So this is a book which your Professor Kanna Singh Gupta contributed. This is a book we put together where we invited 40 scholars from all over the world to contribute about what open spaces, pedestrian spaces mean, but for everybody in various ways, because we felt that no one person has the answer. And that's a very humbling note to end on, because when we don't have all the answers, that's the beauty of conferences like the ones we're having, which is you come together, you listen, you critique it, you exchange, in the hope that together you'll find a better answer to it. Sorry if I exceeded the time. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the time.
Thank you so much, sir. Sorry I had to rush you in such an interesting presentation. We'll be moving to the next dissemination session. We hope you stay for that session as well. And then maybe we can conclude with both of them together. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's move on to the next dissemination session, which brings us back to the very research project that inspired this conference. As we heard during the inaugural session, Rethinking Pedestrian Spaces for Cities of Global South is an outcome of the ongoing VRDF-funded international research project, Entangled Pathways, Policy Learning from Walking, Street Vending and Footpaths in Kolkata and Bangkok. The project examines an important questions of cities across Global South. Can walking and street vending, often viewed as competing uses of public spaces, instead be understood as complementary activities that contribute to more vibrant, inclusive and livable streets? Through comparative research in Kolkata and Bangkok, the project seeks to generate evidence that can inform more integrated planning and governance frameworks for pedestrian spaces. This dissemination session offers an opportunity to share key insights emerging from research and, equally importantly, to engage with the academic community and practitioners whose feedback will help strengthen its ongoing work. It is my privilege to welcome two distinguished scholars who are key members of this international research collaboration. Firstly, I would like to welcome Dr. Ellie Elinor, Senior Lecturer in Cultural Anthropology at Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand, who has joined us online. Dr. Elinor's research focuses on urbanization, political ecology, infrastructure, and social movement in Southeast Asia, particularly Thailand. His scholarship examines relationship between urban development, governance, and the everyday experiences of community navigating changing urban landscapes. For the next speaker, we have Dr. Malini Sur, Associate Professor of Anthropology at Western Sydney University, Australia. Dr. Sur is an internationally recognized anthropologist whose research explores borders, mobilities, infrastructure, labor, and everyday urban life across South and Southeast Asia. Her work offers valuable perspectives on how people negotiate and shape public spaces within rapidly transforming cities. Please join me in extending a warm virtual welcome to Dr. Malini Sur and Dr. Ellie Elinor. We look forward to hearing your insights, ma'am. We can start. The floor is yours.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Absolutely delighted to join all of you. I'm very excited to see all of you, and I think most of you are architecture and urban planning students. we worked together on cities for almost a decade, and we were absolutely delighted to join forces with Premji and his colleagues at Mallet. Sorry, we can't be with you in person, but here we are. I was particularly inspired by Professor Bharne's presentation, so I thought I'll begin with where I am, which was the city of Parramatta. It was just so inspiring to do a bit of work traveling and then return to the informal city through Professor Bharne. So I'm going to start by acknowledging that I'm sitting on the lands of the Garo Venezuelans, and I pay my respects to elders past, present, and emergent. And what I've witnessed in Australia for the last 10 years is the transformation of the food bowl of the penal colony of New South Wales, Parramatta, into a kind of a revitalized urban center, Sydney's second CBD. And I have two images in front of you. One is of the Parramatta River and the mangroves. And the river draws its trampoline in from Buramata, which is the Darug word for eels. And the second photograph, which is the landscape, gives you a glimpse into the revitalization of this river and its banks. And as I walk along the walkways, and there's a renewed focus on walking, there's a renewed focus on public transport. It's coming together as a densely interconnected pedestrian space that tries to rely less on cars. I can't help but as I walk along the river bank, think about the Dhalmuri vendor, think about the Golgappa vendor. I definitely miss that sense of informality, not to romanticize it. I'm going to quickly jump to hawkers as a political force in the city of Kolkata. And I have a timeline of events for you, of significant political events, which tells you about the political specificities of hawkers in this city. The most significant event being the partition of the Indian subcontinent and waves of refugees from what was formerly Pakistan coming to West Bengal and in Calcutta. And here, I want all of us to remember that the spatialization of the city in the post-colonial period was determined by caste. Right? You had upper caste refugees actually occupying marshlands, wetlands. This was known as the politics of Jabberwocky, right? And low caste refugees who were dispersed into various other parts of India, right? Including the Andamans. Now, in the subsequent period, you have to think about the genesis of hawking in Calcutta. It was very critical urban turning point in which the composition of the hawkers, the creation of new markets, the creation of hawkers as a political category derives from and meaning from the upper caste refugees who became hawkers and who started, inhabiting the refugee markets of Calcutta, along with a lot of other non-refugee hawkers. This is absolutely essential, right? For over decades, they were the important political force of the left-front government in West Bengal, but that didn't prevent the left-front government from, conducting one of the largest election drives in 1996. And an important turnaround at that moment when over 36 hawkers movements came together to form the Hawker Shamrock Committee, right? Now, if we speed up to 2014, we know that the Street Vendors Act was passed and town vending committees were created, and since then there have been various kinds of eviction drives and counter-resistances, right? Now, since the election of the BJP government in 2026, renewed drives have happened and selected public spaces, footpaths, especially targeting the railway stations that were have historically been inhabited by vendors, beggars, NGOs, people who live on the platforms, it is almost like a microcosm of Calcutta. Along with that, under the left front regime, you had these huge vendor carriages which supplied the city, and these were free for the vendors to travel on, right? And these were like vacant carriages with very minimal seats so that the vendors could actually carry their goods, right? So this is the broad political context and the social context in which we have to think and study properly. I want to talk a little bit about walkability and beautification of Kolkata, especially in the recent history of the Trinamool Congress. And this vision was very much tied to the rivers, right? It was very much tied to water bodies in the city. It was almost as if walkability became a kind of a pathway to weaken pedestrian life along the Hooghly, but also along the lakes of Calcutta. And this was a combination of the regulation of hawkers in these spaces, not their eviction. So they were like a vibrant, kind of a mixed-use space. At the same time, there were very, very clear, pronounced investments on walkability, on sitting, on broadening pathways, and almost 50 kilometers along the riverfront, and a complete redesigning of the Kolkata lakes. Now, along with this, what was not seen, what was not apparently evident to us, unless you went to the urban settlements and the slums of Calcutta, was the absolute improvement of walkability within the slums of the city, particularly slums along the Adivanga, again, a former water body which till the 1960s, was a transport corridor, right? And then became converted into a kind of sewage space. And walkability on the slum, in the slums, through the slums, right, became a very, very important way of organizing space. But it's almost as if, walkability and the existence of hawkers progressed, and their evictions or their regulation progressed as two parallel goals in the city, right? A couple of things that I want to flag off for all of us as students of urban formations, as students who are studying the kind of battle for the footpath, right, or the sidewalk. One, I think we have to think about the historical specificities of cities, right? And we have to look at the kind of genesis of how post-colonial planning develops around each categories. Now, there's been a kind of a seesaw balance between hawkers as a unified political category under the umbrella of the union, and at different points through different governments, there have been different kinds of movements. The most recent development of Calcutta to the election of the BJP has been Kolkata's blue urban, right? The kind of reconstructing Kolkata and maintaining and repairing Kolkata in a way that the city could compare to London, right? They then was also constructed at that time, and there was a complete revitalization of the urban sphere, right? So the struggles between the hawkers and the question of walkability also exists alongside this larger kind of blue gentrification. But most importantly, again to return to Professor Bharani's question of informal city, I think one of the main things that all of us as students of urban planning, students of cities have to remember is the question of political society. And I think this is where Partha Chatterjee's formulation becomes very central in how we engage with cities, how we understand cities. And here I want to talk about the distinction that he makes between rights-bearing citizens, who represent civil society, and the informal negotiated sphere of political society. And I was particularly interested in sense, the spatialization of certain forms of Hinduism that would have more resonances with Hardwara and Varanasi, alongside the coexistence of Adimanga and the kind of crematorium spaces and the kind of tantric versions of Hinduism through those ritual spaces and ritualization of other deities. And I think I'm going to stop here because both Eli and I have 10 precious minutes to speak to you, and I'll hand over to Eli.
Thanks, Molly. And just again to echo your really nice thank you to Rethinking for organizing this and inviting me to participate in what I think has been a real experiment and a pleasant, not just pleasant, a little eye-opening engagement and collaborative thought and thinking across cases and opening up what comparison might help us to think about in terms of cities, walkability, and particularly the kind of wider kinds of questions that Molly was just asking about the ways in which walking isn't just a kind of transportation mechanism, but is a kind of, maybe is a political practice even. And so I think the whole experiment, the whole research project has been kind of a nice reminder of how collaboration and comparison can open up that possibility. So I'm just going to put up my slides here and move through the Bangkok case, which are a number of echoes, but also I think some quite distinct, hold on a second here. Some distinct sorts of, sorry, I'm just looking for my, some distinct details about how Bangkok works and its own spatial and political history. So just a bit of a background on myself. I'm an anthropologist. I've been working in Thailand for about the last 20 years. The main of my work has been emphasized, has looked at the question of citizenship in relationship to urban space, particularly from the perspective of slum and squatter communities really across Thailand, and thinking about how projects dedicated to the revitalization and the remaking of slum spaces are reflections or scenes of the remaking of citizenship more broadly. In the last decade or so, I've turned towards Bangkok, thinking about the materiality of the city, its material history, through attention to the materiality of concrete. And in the process, I found myself, even prior to this project, looking at footpaths and thinking about walkability. And the reason for that is, one, the footpath is an interesting material case study, right? This is a critical kind of platform of urban life. But also, in the last 10 years in Bangkok, the footpath has been an intense target of transformation. The city's urban government, the BMA, has sought to clear out footpaths, to remove vendors, and to remake them in the name of urban livability and urban walkability, which is, I think, interesting both contextually, given that this initiative, which was long sought after, really gained momentum under the last Thai military government, and it's taken the form that I think is quite, will be quite maybe surprising in a room among planners and architects, is that it's taken up the language of sustainability and walkability and livability in the name of urban clearance. And I think that's a really important observation to start with, because when we think about walkability, we're not talking about a neutral practice, we're not talking about neutral technical transportation of people getting from here to there. We're talking about the formulation of urban space and urban life. So Bangkok, I'm going to just quickly run through a bit about the city. With the understanding that perhaps people aren't that familiar with it. It, like Kolkata, is a delta city. It's flood prone, built on marshes with extremely soft soil, and that's that kind of ecology structured the city's sorts of market spaces from its earliest days. Vending took place in front of houses or markets or in canals. But over the last 100 years, we'll say, the city has increasingly filled in its canals. The 20th century has filled in its canals, paved them over, and turned into a city that's, like many other cities, oriented towards our mobility and terrestrial life, we'll say. It's Thailand's largest city by far. The spatial politics of Thailand are quite different from India, where you have lots and lots of large cities. Bangkok is orders of magnitude larger than every other Thai city. And it is central to the economy, the country's politics. The royal family is based there. And so this rapid period of redevelopment, particularly since the 1960s, with the arrival of the American military, who was using Thailand as its base of operations during its wars in Southeast Asia, and then in the 1990s, as the Thai economy just exploded and collapsed, has led to a mass kind of spatial transformation with what is a lagging urban plan. The urban plan gets passed decades after it's initiated, and then by the time it's passed, the spatial reflection in the city just is totally obsolete. At the same time, though, it's the country, as the economy has grown, there's been an enormous effort to transform the transportation system, and it has this kind of layered transportation system that includes a subway, a SkyTrain, a monorail, a bus system, a bus rapid transit system, tuk-tuks, motorcycle taxis, ferries, all of these sorts of different systems that overlap but don't always intersect. The city is also home to high levels of inequality, everything from long-established slum communities to very large temporary construction camps populated by migrant workers coming in from Myanmar or Cambodia. The city's also the site of all these kind of historical struggles over power with mass social movements that people may be aware of as they break into the news every now and again. So efforts to clean up vending have been ongoing in the city. Like other large Asian cities, the ideal of government oftentimes suffers under a kind of regime of hierarchical ranking. The idea that Bangkok will never be a world city, and that it's vending, and that it's hawkers, and its heterogeneous wild sidewalks are not reflections of a particular genius of the country, but rather are aesthetic blights on the country's image that are preventing it from moving up the ranking of world development. So it's a long-standing effort that's been going on, but really since 2014, under the military government, there's this kind of intense effort to clean up Bangkok and, as I said, return the pavements to the public. This entailed wide-scale hawker evictions, but also slum evictions, canal-side evictions, relocations of key infrastructure points, a lot of new infrastructure investment, and intense real estate investment, mass condo developments, huge towers, on the back of the growing economy, but also a certain amount of Chinese investment as well. In mid-April 2017, bans came into effect, and since then they've been partially enforced. And what you see is in historic sites of vending, there's lots of harassment, driving, eviction, people coming back, so this kind of back and forth dance. And rather than these kind of long-established, well-ordered vending sites, what we see now is a lot more temporary vending, sort of like what we see in this image, where a person selling flowers, for example, can put their wares out for a minute, pack them up, and go. And that's a pretty common formulation. We might think here, and I think the context is quite useful, is to think about how the Singapore model of urban planning and regularization and spatial usage has become hegemonic across the region, really dominant in the imaginaries of planners, but also bureaucrats, politicians, of what a good modern city looks like. So here's a few images of sidewalk regularization in the neighborhood that I live in Bangkok. You can see the pathways have just been totally transformed. This is an area that had extensive vending before, but now the vending has been kind of re-registered. You can see these kinds of designated hawker spaces. And this is just one example of many, and they're all very different across the city. I think that's one of the things that we observed in our walks is that in this neighborhood, the government safety bank sponsored the vending, these new vending regulations. In another neighborhood, the city was designated as a tourist zone. In the third neighborhood, there would be no designation, and the vendors would have moved from a central artery off into side arteries. In the fourth neighborhood, there would be spaces like a formal hawker centers, government and private, that sort of thing, which I'll show a photo of in a moment. In 2022, there's a new mayor's elected, the first one since the military coup, and in many ways, he takes up these same kinds of initiatives of dealing with nuisance, dealing with kind of the urban issues at a very granular level, trying to enhance walkability, trying to develop parks, trying to manage the buses, outlawing vending, outlawing begging. So all of that, the sidewalk then becomes a focal point for thinking about the modes of citizenship unfolding under these new regimes. Here you can see some of these initiatives, kind of the repainted zebra stripes and crossing to make crossing at least reliable, if not regular. You can see how many different kinds of zebra stripes you'd have to cross to get from one side of this intersection to another. It's a little bit mad. The other image, you can see there's new mechanisms, hotlines to deal with people soliciting and begging on the street that concerned citizens can call. This accompanies a whole wave of online-based activism where people share photos, name and shame different kinds of beggars, a whole kind of range of images of infrastructure failures that people are interested in now. So there's a real intense focus on these kinds of very low-level, detailed renderings of the city. And in fact, the mayor has developed this app that surveys the entire city area, and people can log complaints and check them in real time. So kind of a new technical managerial regime that's come into power. In the vending space, we see these new hawker centers. This is one owned by the government. You can see it exists under the expressway. These are some of the last residual space in the city that the city can reclaim as new hawker centers. These are generally, if they're government run or produced on marginal land. If they're private run, they're clean, lovely, well lit, but oftentimes much more expensive for the vendors to get into. There's a new vending tax regime that limits the amount of income that hawkers can get from their daily vending. Vendors have to demonstrate, for example, that they don't make too much money, which does this sort of thing of stabilizing vending as a practice for the poor. So, which sort of, I think, reflects historic biases around citizenship. There's a lot of debates about public use of public space for private profit here, and an emerging kind of vendors association, which has clicked into place but hasn't quite gained the formal power that we saw in Calcutta, and certainly doesn't have this kind of extensive political society that Melanie was talking about. The last thing I'll mention is I think it's quite interesting and important to note is that the transformation in spatial politics here has also changed the foodscape. There's been a corporate grab by large companies, the Japanese-owned 7-Eleven or Family Mart, to move into providing convenience food as hawking and vending has been pushed to the margins. My friends in the urban planning community and actually really all over the city are acutely aware of the way in which the shift in vending has actually not, it's a political shift, but it's also a sensory shift. What food tastes like, how you get it, where you eat it, has totally transformed. And there's, alongside this kind of ongoing critique of the cityscape becoming bland, there's also this kind of debate about the food getting more bland, which on some level seems funny, but also I think really gets at, I think, quite an important point here about what these kind of spatial transformations mean, because they register at a variety of levels, the political, the economic, but also the sensorial and the lived. So that's the end of my short presentation here. I'll stop sharing my screen now. And I'll just say thanks for having me here, and I think we've got a bit of time for questions, maybe.
Thank you so much, sir. That is very interesting to witness all the different dynamics. I would like to now invite Dr. Rajgopal to please conclude and give few words.
So, many thanks, Eli. And Professor Bharne, Malini, and Eli, all of you who have been on this link and from different parts of the globe. So, it's very interesting. Professor Bharne is almost 10-12 hours behind us, and Malini is around 6 hours, and Eli, I think, probably around 7 hours ahead of us. So, but both of them found time in spite of their engagements, and in spite of it Saturday. So, I'm very thankful to all of you and for your talks. I think the audience, mostly our students, we have some of our guests also, guest speakers also. They would have definitely enjoyed the context and the visuals and the overall content. I'd just like to say, on the Bangkok talks, just like to go back to our own Bangkok trip, which we had made in May, myself and architect Karna and Gayatri. In fact, some of the areas which Eli was just showing on his slides, we did visit personally, and we would talk about it in our own presentation after the break. But yes, whatever Eli mentioned, we would definitely, like to say, yes, we have seen those things firsthand, and there are some other things also that we would like to present, comparing Kolkata and Bangkok after the break. But before that, if any of you would like to ask either Professor Bharne or Malini or Eli, just open it for the audience. Are there any comments, or would you like to share something? So I would then conclude this session. I think probably it's a bit too late for all of you here. So let's conclude it for now, and we will be taking it forward after there's a break here. So we'll be taking it forward, and I'll be sharing the stream link with you also. So if you would be interested in our own presentation after the break and further sessions also, so I'll be sharing that. You could probably join on the YouTube link afterwards. Thanks again, Professor Bharne, Malini, and Eli. Thanks a lot for joining.
Thank you.
Now we have a small tea break for 10 minutes, and then we rearrange here for the next dissemination session. welcome back everyone. We are now moving ahead with our dissemination session 2, which continues the presentations of insights of the project. While the previous session highlighted the broader research context and international perspectives, this session focuses on the project's emerging findings, field experiences and policy insights from the research team leading the work in India. I would like to start the session by introducing our esteemed panelists before I call them to the dais. Our first speaker is Dr. Premjit Das Gupta, Assistant Professor in the Department of Architecture and Planning, MANIT Bhopal, and the Principal Investigator of the VREF funded project. His research interests span pedestrian planning, street vending, urban governance, and sustainable mobility, with a particular focus on creating more inclusive and people-centered public spaces. Supported by research grants from the Government of India, civic authorities, and the Volvo Research and Education Foundations, Dr. Das Gupta has contributed to several impactful studies and urban mobility initiatives across India. With extensive experience in academia, consultancy, and municipal planning, he continues to bridge research and practice to advance people-centric, resilient, and sustainable urban transport. Joining him is Dr. Gayatri Nanda, Assistant Professor in the Department of Urban Design, School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal. Her academic work spans cultural heritage, climate responsive settlement planning, street vending, shopping streets, and inclusive urban design, emphasizing how public spaces evolve through everyday practices and collective experiences. Through her research, she advocates for people-centric, context-sensitive, and inclusive approach to designing vibrant urban environments. Our third presenter is architect Karna Singh Gupta, Assistant Professor in the Department of Urban Design, School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal. He has contributed to numerous research and consultancy projects including climate responsive planning, heritage conservation, affordable housing, smart city initiatives, cantonment development plans and preparation of local area plans, LAPs, along the metro corridors in Bhopal and Indore. Through his work, he advocates for context-sensitive and sustainable urban design that strengthens the relationship between people, communities, and public spaces. Together, they will be presenting the project's emerging findings and discuss how these insights can contribute to more integrated planning and governance approaches for pedestrian spaces in the cities of Global South. I invite all the speakers to the dais so that we can begin with the dissemination session 2.
This is a brief of our project, first of all. Funded by the Volvo Research and Education Foundations, our project has members from different countries and contexts. So from India, myself, and we have Gayatri Karna. From Thailand, we have our partner, Professor Molloy Pramanik. Then Australia, we have Malini Sood, who had joined us in the previous session. From New Zealand, we have Eli Ilainov, who had also joined us. And of course, as our advisor, we have Professor Vinayak Bharne, who was also there in the previous session. So our project is titled Entangled Pathways, Policy Lessons from Street Vending, Walking and Footpaths in Kolkata and Bangkok. We had written this proposal in exactly 2 years back. We had submitted this proposal, and at that time we were all colleagues in SPA Bhopal before I joined MANIT. We awarded this project in December of 2024, and then I switched to MANIT after that, but we still are part of one single team. So our project asks 2 research questions essentially, and I'll just give a background. This particular proposal was written in response to an open call by VREF under the Walking as a Mode of Transport research program. And so the call for that year was governance and planning of walking. So our first research question was, how can the governance of street vending and walking be harmonized to address urban street livability? And the second research question we are addressing is, how can social and spatial integration of street vending and walking be achieved within formal urban planning systems. So we are essentially looking at with the point from which we start is the Street Vendors Act in India, and it's the implementation pathway, which is through town vending committees, which are supposed to be set up in all the cities in India. So the kind of changes which are supposed to be there versus the approach by the urban local bodies, which is a conventional approach, which is still there. So has the governance approach changed? We are looking at that, and we are comparing it with a very interesting context, Bangkok, where street vending has been relegated to the margins over the last 10 years, as our project partner Eli was mentioning, that there is a systematic sort of, I won't say eradication, but systematic transformation of the street vending spaces in a very sanitized way. So the informality is now being sort of, I would say, replaced through some kind of a systematic formality. They gave it a much more glamorous approach. So they have a very different approach here, and it's very top-down. Okay, I would say decisions are taken at a top level, and then it's implemented very, very forcefully. I would say the enforcement, what we all think maybe lacks here in our context, that we saw that once a decision is taken, that is implemented through for the better or for the worse. So we are comparing those kind of governance styles. And secondly, regarding the social and spatial integration, we are looking at how street vendors and walkers appropriate spaces in these two different contexts, and where we have different planning systems, as in the way we plan for our cities, the way the build form has emerged in these two cities, and and within these two cities also we have 4 different precincts in each city that we will be talking about. So we are doing a cross-case analysis and trying to see what kind of appropriations are taking place in what context, and what is working, what is probably not working so well. So that's the background, and this is basically what I just invite now Gayatri to take over for the next few slides.
Yes, so as I told you, we were looking at these 2 research questions, and while looking at it, we realized that there are parallel literature, there are extensive literature done in 2 parallel fields. One is talking about walkability research, and the other is talking about street vending studies. So within walkability research, we see there are a lot of researchers talking about accessibility, right to walk, the obstructions, what are the obstacles, and treating vendors and other things as obstacles. There's another parallel stream of studies which is going on, which is on street vending, where they are talking about right of street vendors, the regulation, the regulatory aspects of it, the acts of it, and looking at informality and looking at street vending as a separate stream. So what we realized is we need to think in between. So while these parallel studies are going on, the actual lived reality of the space, how they are complementing each other or contrasting or contestation is happening, that is getting lost somewhere in between. So to address that, an interdisciplinary research is needed. So we thought of, so we also discussed with many other streams also. So we have this stream which is very interdisciplinary, and we are taking this research forward. And so I'll talk about first the Kolkata case, how we gathered certain evidences about what is happening, how space is getting contested, how these 2 streams are complementing each other, and we tried to take up or give different platforms for interactions for collecting these evidences. So one was a research workshop, a design research workshop, which we involved the Department of Architecture, SMU at Kolkata, which is our local resource, and there were a few students from IIT Kharagpur. So with them we conducted extensive street studies to see, like we had different workbooks, and there were photographers, there were questionnaire survey, and there was documentation, a lot of documentation which went through. And the second was a roundtable discussion with very different stakeholders, like the planning authorities, the vending association, the other local experts, who gave a very different perspective. So the students' perspective, while talking to vendors and pedestrians, was very different, and their perspective, the experts' perspective, was also very different. So this is this is one photograph showing one team. So we questioned that where do pedestrians actually walk? So do they walk as planners decided for them, as the footpath is laid out? So while ground truthing, the students came up with very interesting observations. They followed pedestrians. They saw how actual walking is very different from what is planned for them. So people actually do not walk on a straight line. They stop somewhere, they pause, they discuss with someone, they browse through the shops, they stop somewhere, they have bargain somewhere. So it is a very zigzag thing, and of pauses, so it is a social experience, a social engagement. It is not just walking. So we had done ground truthing, and we had done a lot of drawings and also counting to verify those aspects. And these were the four precincts which we identified. Four very different kinds of precincts. One was Gadiahat, which was a very high end retail where there was two cross sections of road and arterial roads, and within that, on all corners of it, was designated hawking stores. And the other was Bada Bazaar, which was the city's largest wholesale market, as it was situated near the railway station. And the third was the College Street, where the context was very institutional, and there was a lot of student activity there. So the book markets, the kind of kiosk stalls and pedestrian activities was very different from the other two precincts. Then the New Market or the Esplanade area had also, because it was a very big transit junction, it had a very different context. So in all these contexts, there were certain observations which were common and some which starkly related only to the context. So these were certain field areas where people are measuring, they are talking to vendors, they are documenting. And for each zone, they documented in this way, where the teams produced. They had extensively surveyed and documented which are the kind of psychologies of vendors and how people are interacting with them, what are the peripheral spaces that are getting formed. So they represented with sections, plans, and different methods. So we realized that, as I was speaking earlier, that the drawn footpath and the walked footpath are rarely the same. And vending is not one condition. Like when we talk about vendors, you see that there are many typologies of vendors. There are cart-driven, there are hand-driven, there are people sitting on the street. There are people consuming only 1 square foot of place, and there are people consuming a large area of space. There are offshoots of the formal and which is converted into informal. So the typology varies a lot. And this typology is generally not documented. While talking about when we have acts, when we have all the regulations, they do not distinctly talk about all these typologies. And the third realization was encroachment runs in both directions. It is not only the vendors who are encroaching or who are taking space in the designated pedestrian footpath. It is also the shop front, the hangovers of the shop fronts, the spillover of the shop front. So when there is a legal sanction on the vendors, why not for the shop fronts also? So there are many things, there are some things which are there, some things which are missing. So those missing links we were trying to see. And then certainly because the streets are used by different users, pedestrians are finally, they are walking on the carriageway because of various obstructions, because of various things due to which they cannot walk on the footpath. So then we try to see the evidence, we try to see the governance aspect of it, we try to compare to different cases. And then what we are trying is we are trying for a working paper which is called Decoding Walking and Street Vending. The main research question is how can the social and spatial integration of street vending and walking be achieved within formal urban planning systems. So identifying the gap, the move and the claim. For this we are trying to take the theoretical aspect of the triad, Lefebvre's triad, which talks about the conceived space, perceived space and the lived space. Conceived space is the space which has been designed for. So how the planners, architects, they have designed a particular space for what purpose. The perceived space talks about the spatial practice as to what people who are the users of the place, how they perceive it and actually use it. Then when these different perceptions of people come into a reality and they actually use the space gets used very differently. So with continuous usage of the space in a particular way, people associate with it very differently. People see it or memorize it very differently. So that is the lived space. And to document this lived space, which we are calling as shared space, lived space, we are talking about urban rhythms. Or we are reading it through rhythm analysis, which is again another theory by Lefebvre. So when we are looking at streets, when we are looking at vending and pedestrian walking activities, we see that these flows, when they happen, they are sometimes, there are many, when we are talking about different stakeholders, different perceptions, the perceived reality of a place, all these different people with different perceptions use the space differently. So because multiple players are there in place, their rhythmic patterns are very different. So so that is polyrhythmia, because there are multiple rhythms in a place. So when those rhythms complement each other, it is eurythmia, because they are coexisting, they are harmonizing, they are complementing each other. When there are clashes, conflicts and contestations between them, it is arrhythmia because of those conflicts. Then we are trying to categorize, so this is an interpretation of rhythm analysis in our context, where we are trying to see all these four aspects. Isorhythmia is where similar kind of rhythms are getting repeated after certain points. So what are those units which make it similar? So all those points of research are going on. So again, this was the kind of this was the methodology of documentation. We saw the spatial dimension of it, looking at the land use, the land form, the context of the place. Then repeated non-participant observations from June 25 to January 26. We had field enumerators, students who were local to those to Calcutta. They observed and recorded all these aspects. then 12-hour stationary count, we identified certain spots and we saw certain significant spots, and then we did 12-hour stationary counts, then rhythm analytic interpretation and cross-case synthesis. So these were the 4 cases. The Garyahat case I will again ask Preeti sir about. Thank you.
Just to give you a brief again, and connected to our case study, what you heard that she explained the theoretical background. So I'll tell you, I am an urban planner with an interest in mobility. Okay, so when we decided to use Lefebvre's theoretical lens, okay, I was not that much acquainted with it. They are from urban design, so they had a better idea. So we decided to again study it together and was trying to think that how do I put it in a very simplified way. So I'll just give you, because most of your students here, my way of helping me understand it. Just think of a chai shop. Okay, what is it? I mean, it is designed to be what? It is a physical space. Okay, on a footpath maybe somewhere. Okay, in some city of India, right? It's made of say some tin or something or wood or something. The structure, right? Okay, but then as a perceived space. Okay, it is about how people use it, appropriation of the space. So the chai wala has a different way of selling, making the tea, or some people have very they use those flourishes to actually pour the tea and everything. So they are creating a space of their own. With the people who are going to that space, to that place, okay, they are also kind of appropriating it. By sitting there. Typically, when I talk about this, I have the image of Kolkata in mind, where it's a place of congregation, where people will come and gather, have their tea. So they are appropriating it. So some people may see it as an obstruction of the footpath, but people have appropriated and created a different kind of space. The space has got transformed. Then coming to the conceived space, so now this space now where people are congregating, their economic transactions, also buying and selling. Okay, so now but it has a meaning for them. Okay, so if you ask some people who have maybe gone out of the city, they're coming back after 20 years, they would like to go back to the same place because they have some memory of it, right? The elderly who are coming there, sitting there, they have a memory of it. Right? Even the chai wala has a memory of the customers who are coming there. So they are creating a different kind of space in their memories, right? So that is how I try to imagine it and to help me with decoding this further. So for Gorihat, what we were saying, the conceived space, the space which the planners, okay, the way they put it on paper or the vision they have for the space. Okay, so that's a space of what we call the right of way in our planning discourse, okay, and we have our grade separators, the flyovers, right? So we say that we should have a certain right of way 24 meters or 30 meters, then the build up, okay, so if there are restrictions or the allowable build space which is there, okay, so that decides how much build space is there along the corridor. That's how planners have decided for the space, okay. But how people are appropriating the space now? Now the space is being appropriated by street vendors, by walkers in their own different ways. As Kathy was mentioning, walkers don't walk in straight lines. Okay, we cannot think of walkers as vehicles. Okay, it cannot run on straight lines. They cannot run on straight lines. Okay, so a typical walker would like to stop, interact, discuss, buy some things. Okay, particularly in our context, right? So we looked at that, and then finally, the rhythms. Okay, so as I was mentioning, rhythm analysis as an extension of the spatial triad. So we were looking at the rhythms of people, and then we were also experiencing it through our own body when we move in those spaces. Okay, we are trying to experience it through that, and then trying to understand, what this space means to us. That is how we design the study. So here we have this Gorihat area, which is, you can say, it's a little bit larger than a neighborhood, okay, in the southern part of Kolkata, and it's like a four-legged junction. So this is what we've shown there. We did a study of the build-up there, and then we mapped the vending activity, which you can see there. Then the cross section. So this is the conceived space, okay. And then what about the appropriation? So this is a bit numerical, I would say, but in terms of appropriation, we're looking at how people are using the footpath. Okay, are they only using the footpath, that is the sidewalk, or are they also walking on the carriageway? Okay, so we did some counts, and we saw that how across time in Gorihat we chose 2 spots. For every such precinct we have taken two spots each, and we were seeing that how people, how these counts differ, walking on the footpath versus walking, outside the footpath. But is it only due to the obstruction caused by speed bending, or is it a natural tendency? Those are the things we are also trying to see, and how it varies across time. So there's a heat map there. You see that we're trying to visualize, as the day progresses, how those things are, how this appropriation, the temporal pattern of appropriation, how that changes. So this is regarding the walkers. So this is for the second spot also, okay. And this is how we see it as a walking bending space together, not just a space of walking or a space of bending. If it's a walking or bending space, then different type appropriations which are taking place. Okay, so you try to map some of them. So vendors, the way they have put up their stalls, okay, so they are compressing the walking space in a way, okay. Then, well, one of the I would say fallouts of this is where people are actually moving out onto the carriageway whenever they are I just talk about the next slide, when they want to change their rhythm. Okay, so if it is a rush hour rhythm, so people would be compelled to do that. Okay, so but that is not there throughout the day. So that is the point we are trying to make. That this is not a disruption which is there throughout. So if we have a vision of Godiahat as a space, and if we label it as a totally disrupted space from 12 a.m. to midnight, okay, an entire stretch, that is not the case. It varies. Okay, some of those spots will be behaving differently during the day, during the night. Okay, some of those spots could also be, and those spots may also be shifting. Okay, so it is not like it's a totally disrupted space. That is what we were trying to explore through this. And then reading the urban rhythms, some of the different types of rhythms in Lefebvre's rhythm analysis, the approach. So polyrhythmia. Okay, we are trying to match some of those photos. This is a work in progress. We are trying to match some of those visual evidences. So we are trying a visual coding here. Okay, so where do we see polyrhythmia? Different rhythms existing at the same place, at the same time. Then eurythmia. And typically in Godiahat we see that the vendors and there are a lot of female shoppers. Okay, they seem to be perfect harmony. Okay, the female shoppers coming, standing on the footpath. For them, they have just come for shopping. So they are the shopper walkers, right? So we cannot discount that. Okay, so we see perfect, I would say this eurythmia between the vendors and the walkers there. Then we also have arrhythmia. As I said, that in the rush hour traffic, there are commuter walkers also. Okay, then who would want to rush through? So they are on the carriageway. So, but their rhythms are now clashing with the rhythms of the vehicles. So they are not clashing with the vendors, I would say. Their rhythms are clashing with the vehicles, right? So there we see arrhythmia, right? So vehicles have a different speed of moving, and so obviously that's there. But then why can't we say that? Can we actually reduce? Can we take away a lane and make it a pedestrian lane there? Probably we can, right? So if you're looking at car-free cities, so this kind of arrhythmia cannot. I think rather than suggesting let us remove the vendors, we can say let us remove a lane. We can take it away from the cars, right? So this is the thing we're looking at, right? Then isorhythmia. I mean, the vendors themselves, the way they have appropriated the space, they have created a rhythm of their own. Unique. I mean, there is a sort of uniformity in the colors and in the shapes, the forms. Of course, we do not see it across all our precincts. That's something. I mean, we cannot. We would be exceeding the time limit if we go into all the case studies. For example, in Bada Bazaar, it's a different thing. It is chaotic in a way. Okay. In another site, Bada Bazaar is a wholesale market area, right? So this is the retail market area, Godiahat, right? Bada Bazaar is a wholesale market area. We have College Street, which is an institutional university area, you can see. Then we also have New Market, which is the you can say old colonial market area, which is also now a transit hub that he was mentioning. So in each of these cases, it is different. That's also there, right? So yeah, so this is what we saw, and looking at the day's rhythms and how it rises and falls, how as I was mentioning, that it's a spatio-temporal, it keeps changing. It is not a constant disruption across space, right? So now coming to the Bangkok part of it. So Connor will just explain.
Hello. I'll actually give a quick overview because we are just running short on time. But what Tenji just said, that we are looking for these different kinds of rhythms and how these rhythms could be understood or matched. So one of the things which we were discussing was that is it a space-time kind of concern? Because time becomes paramount. When we were looking at policy, when we were looking at, let us say, other concerns of vending as one different policy, governance for vending and governance for walking. And walking within these precincts, when you look at infrastructure or when you look at street sections, time becomes a very important factor, because during different times the street becomes a different story altogether. So in Bangkok, when we went there, like what Pendit just said, that we did a visit in May, and we have our partners, like we told, Asian Institute of Technology. They have been doing the data counts and data collection for the project. So initially we were looking at case by case kind of like same kind of precincts which we were looking in Kolkata. But we soon found out that because cities are heterogeneous and they have their own story to tell, we can't find same to same kind of a, let's say, comparison kind of a structure to the project. So then what we came forth were that where, similarly to Kolkata, where is most of the vending and where is most of the pedestrian movement happening in the city over a period of time, those precincts we try to zoom in. And also we were looking to understand Bangkok as a bigger walking space kind of a continuum. Where do people walk? Why do people walk? Because as you have seen in our team, we have anthropologists and the collaborators from Asian Institute of Technology. They are a group of geographers. So one of the other questions which we are also asking, apart from space-time, is who walks, the sociological, socio-political impact of it also, and further then how it impacts the governance and policy. So it's not looking at it into silos of only policy and design, which Pendit showed as our main research question, but then we have subdivided it into these kind of, so the inquiry is extremely fluid in that sense. And so these are the 4 precincts in Bangkok. So Khao San Road is one of the major tourist precincts in Bangkok. Like it's near to the Chao Phraya River, so that is where most of the tourists, there's cheap accommodation available, there are street markets. Also, there's a big night market which happens every day. So there's a huge, and the interesting part is, because like I'm talking about this whole space-time thing, so in the night, the transformation is very different. It becomes a food street, there are different kind of users. I mean, similar to like cases like Sarafa in Indore or let's say Manikchowk in Ahmedabad. But it's more, also there's a policy kind of a structure to it. Like you have police monitoring there, which happens. There's a certain level of structuring, which has been attempted there. We would not say it's completely successful, but so it's not evolved, it's also by design, to put it that way. So it's meant for tourists in the inner city. Then MBK Nana Plaza is a place where it's like the newer part of Bangkok. So you have these bigger office buildings, like what Pendit told, like in Kolkata we're looking at Esplanade, which is what they call in Kolkata office pada kind of thing. The major commercial office kind of complex is the MBK Nana Plaza. So that's newer part of the kind of planning policy intervention which they have done. And there they have a design kind of a system through policy of walking, vending and things like that. I'll quickly move to the photographs when I'll explain that further there. And then there's Sharing Room, that's like a institutional spine kind of a place. And then there's Chinatown. Chinatown again is like a community commodification kind of a thing, where you have the whole Chinatown market which gets very active in the evening, from evening to late night. And then there's of course that community aspect. We initially thought that we'll also look for a similar aspect in Chinatown, Kolkata, because Chinatown, Kolkata is also one of the precincts which we were looking at. But then we found that there are other precincts in Kolkata which are more relevant, and because of course time constraints to our own project, we then dropped that. But initially when we were looking at the city structure, we thought let's compare both the Chinatown and see what happens. So this is Khao San Market. So these are the day photographs. So in the day photographs, the 2 kinds of systems you see there. It shows that there's a design vending lane, and one of the major things also is all the seating for the vending also is part of the let's say the sidewalk or footpath in that sense. The other photograph which is shows there's a design market. So it's like by policy they have put those markets there in the afternoon. One of the other things also by policy which we saw in Bangkok is that every part of the city, some part during the timeline, have an active informal market in place. So there are night markets in different parts of the city which become active after 8, let's say. Then the evening, there are markets which shut down at 8. So within a, let's say, a 800-meter radius, you will always find some kind of informal market, always 24/7 working out. And then there are early morning markets which start having food and vending, which happens at 5 in the morning. This is again from the same road where you have these formal shops. This is pretty similar to what we saw in Godiahat and other marketplaces in our cities, where you have the vending and you have the, let's say, the permanent commercial shop, and then there's a parasitic activity which is happening between both of them. And then walking is happening. So in that, walking is happening as a transaction between vending, walking for the formal thing and the informal. So it's like and then our rhythms are being created because of that. So when we are talking to people, we also found out that a lot of people are walking because they have a destination in mind, in the sense they are coming for vending per se. So they're not walking for, like, destination is not a metro station, or in Khausan it's like the vending, the commercial complexes themselves are destination in that sense. Then this is MBK to Nana Plaza, where, like what Eli also showed in the morning half, that there are these design pockets of informality which they have created, and they are also linked to time. So these three photographs which you see, like the first one is a deliberate hawker market which is below the flyover. Like Eli also showed one of the photographs where what they have done is they have tried to use these spaces below the flyovers as hawker markets. So of course, if you see the policy and the way crackdowns have happened in Bangkok, after the crackdown they have relocated some of them under these flyovers. So that is one of the interventions in newer areas which have happened. And then between these bigger office complexes and all, there are designed street markets in place. I'll just quickly wrap up. So this is again in Nana Plaza, where what they have done is you have the metro station, you have these huge skywalks which in our cities also are coming up, but then they have introduced vending in them. We are still debating and discussing how good or bad they are, but this is how they have tried to deal with it. And they have this huge, like if you see the first photograph, these huge so-called skywalks which run absolutely parallel to the rapid transit dormitory. So below the metro line you have the huge dormitories just below it, and within them is the vending. So that's a kind of a policy mechanism which they have come up with. This is another part called Charantung, where you have older housing fabric, and then you have vending happening below. Again, you have like you see seating, parking. So it's all parasitic and symbiotic in that sense. Then of course Chinatown, where it's commodification. So these stalls are commodified. You have tourists, local, national, international coming in the evening for the markets, and the whole street space becomes the market itself. But here by policy is segregated. Like you have not put those photographs in sections here, but the regular path is segregated, and then you have these markets which have much of the space for the markets themselves. But there are barricades, and of course it's also controlled by police. So also management is a like by policy management is being implemented there. Like especially places where you have a lot of pedestrians coming in, you have a lot of vending coming in, there is police, there is certain kind of control which is also being implemented. So I'll just quickly run these slides. This is just basically tells us how different the legal frameworks are, how vendor rights are different in both the cities. So I'll quickly go through them. And so basically what are these are these are from our field notes actually which we did there. So in Kolkata what we saw, there is a ruptured network of the whole pedestrian structure. But in Bangkok, at least places where they have pushed to design by policy, there is a much more legible kind of a system. We're not saying it's complete or it's perfect, but there is some work in progress. Again, there are variations in planning policies. Both the days discussions have happened that how we have a town vending committee and different policy structures here. Similarly, there is a policy structure, but it's much more connected as compared to ours. Plainly told that because of the kind of rhythms which we were documenting during different times, you have spillovers of pedestrians on the carriageway and otherwise. So basically, just I'll like to end the talk with that. In Kolkata, we found out that walking was becoming a captive mode. Like captive walking was happening a lot because people were walking from one point to the other because choice was not there in many cases. I'm not saying it was happening in all cases, but in many cases that was a concern. In Bangkok, choices were available in many of the streets which we studied. So we are still deliberating on these concerns, but this is what we are currently working on currently. And so yeah, this is in a nutshell what our progress has been. And also for Bangkok, we are trying to study the rhythms and see. So basically, we are trying to again understand the spatial territories of the vending and the walkers and how they are intermingling because of the rhythms which happen because of that. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. We look forward to the publications. Let's begin with our third plenary session, which is a panel discussion. This session is titled Pathways for Inclusive Design for Pedestrian Spaces. Inclusive pedestrian spaces are not merely about providing footpaths. They are about creating streets that are safe for children, accessible to older adults and persons with disabilities, welcoming to women, supportive of livelihoods, and resilient to the challenges posed by climate change. Designing such spaces require us to integrate architecture, urban design, governance, mobility, and community perspectives. To explore these important questions, we are privileged to have with us an eminent panel of experts. I would like to introduce the panel first before I call them to the dais. Joining our panel is Dr. Aniruddha Paul, Professor and Design Chair at SKMT College of Architecture, Mumbai. Dr. Paul is an architect, urban designer, researcher, and educator whose work focuses on the relationship between urban form and public spaces, mobility, ecology, and everyday urban life. He also leads the PRISM Mumbai Living Lab, a part of the International VREF research program on walking as a mode of transport, where he contributes to advancing research on informal and shared mobility. Our next panelist is Mr. Rajneesh Sarin, Program Director, Sustainable Habitat Program, Center for Science and Environment. With over 25 years of experience in sustainable urban development, Mr. Sarin has led several national initiatives on climate responsive planning and resilient infrastructure. His work on heat resilient public spaces had demonstrated how evidence-based design can transform streets and neighborhoods into cooler, safer, and more comfortable environments for pedestrians. We are also delighted to welcome Ms. Meghna Malhotra, Deputy Director, Urban Management Center, Ahmedabad. Ms. Malhotra is an accomplished urban governance professional whose work promotes inclusive public spaces and people-centered street design. Through her leadership on street vending guidelines and urban governance initiatives, she has advocated for streets that balance mobility with livelihoods, ensuring that public spaces remain accessible, equitable, and vibrant for all users. Completing the panel is Dr. Shreya Banerjee, Assistant Professor, Department of Architecture and Planning, IIT Kharagpur. Dr. Banerjee is an architect and urban researcher whose work explores climate-responsive urban design, active mobility, public health, and nature-based solutions for cities. A recipient of the Lee Stripper Memorial Scholarship awarded by the Volvo Research and Education Foundation in 2025, her research offered valuable interdisciplinary perspectives on designing healthier, more resilient, and socially inclusive pedestrian environments. To moderate today's discussion, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Surbhi Mehrotra, Assistant Professor, Department of Architecture and Planning, MANT. Dr. Mehrotra's work in urban planning and sustainable development contributes significantly to advancing research on resilient and people-centered cities. We are delighted to have her moderate today's session. I invite everyone to the dais so that we can proceed with the discussion. I would like to request Surabhi ma'am to please briefly explain how the presentations and the discussions will go on, and then we can start with the discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the stage is already set for the discussions on the walkability and how livable our pedestrian spaces has to be. So to start with this panel discussion, we will have short presentations by our experts. A 10-minute presentation would be good so that we can have time for discussions during the panel. So I would request each experts to start with a short presentation. Thank you.
Only my presentation is 15 minutes. So, I have a video to show. Otherwise, I can cancel the video also.
So it is fine.
Okay. So I'll time it so that I can maintain my time. Okay. What I'll do is, as I already introduced, I'm from the Mumbai Living Lab and the principal investigator in the Mumbai Living Lab, a part of the PRISM networks, which were looking at 7 cities globally, especially in the global south. And our whole idea was not looking at pedestrianization so much. Okay, the idea was looking at informal shared mobility. But when we started doing the study, we realized the intersectionality of the aspect of how mobility, various forms of mobility are interconnected. So I'll show you that. And first let me tell you, it's a knowledge creation exercise. It's a knowledge creation exercise. It's an exercise which maps the lived, which maps as the city behaves. It's not like a study which actually proposes in any form. We wanted to understand how can we even understand the informal. Okay, so that was the exercise. And so clearly, and that's a challenge which we have. So I will speak about primarily the methodology of how we are mapping. What do we have to do to map this place and especially map the informal. So it's a lot of learning for us as to how informal environments can be mapped. And I think that is required for you all. That screen. Otherwise you all will have to go down.
No, if you turn on, just give us a
Okay. So clearly, and as we go through, we will speak about the various codes which are there within the informal, the various way informal is organized, the various way informals work, who are the various types of stakeholder, non-state, primarily in the informal, who actually put up this system. So I'll show you primarily through visuals. So very clearly we are studying a peripheral phenomena in the metropolitan region of Mumbai. Okay, it's the peripheries. Generally we talk about Mumbai, we think that auto rickshaws means contract carriage, but no, in the peripheries, it's actually shared mobility. They work like public transport, they provide shared mobility. And probably 13 million people in the peripheries, like whether it be Vasai Virar, Kalyan Dombivli, all these areas, they depend on this form of mobility, shared mobility provided by the auto rickshaw. They are very much integral and connected to the railway, suburban railway system of the city. They are what are called feeder services to the suburban railway systems. So the station areas become extremely important for their location, they form the node. Okay, so we will look at it. Just to give you another understanding is the fact that these systems are there in many places all over the world. As we have shown, they are called through different names, but they are there everywhere in the world. Okay, so primarily in the global south, cities are run by these systems. Very few cities are blessed to have metros or even after metros, as you see in Mumbai, it has a solid suburban rail system. Even after that, you have these systems which work. So why Nalasopara? We chose Nalasopara East primarily because it's a place which is, a lot of people travel to the city of Mumbai to work. They are dependent on the suburban railway to work. And the railway station forms a very important node. and this place has a lot of different diverse set of population. They have migrants who have come from various states in India. There are people who have moved from Mumbai even to the peripheries in Nalasopara. There are new townships which are coming up, built by builders, and also there are like older cooperative societies which are there, which was built way in the 1985, 1990 when, I won't go into it, when generally there was the Urban Land Ceiling Act in Mumbai, a lot of land got accumulated there, and these places became the peripheries for the lower class and the middle class population who traveled to Mumbai from there because housing was affordable there. So that is the context of Nalasopara. So what did we do? So first of all, I must say that in this case, we were working with SPARK. SPARK is a non-governmental organization which works with informality quite a lot. In fact, one of the aspects which we also leveraged was the fact that we had built trust on this whole idea of working with informality for a long time. 1985 SPARK got started, and from there on we have been working with issues of water sanitation, health, also water restoration now in the peripheries. So there is a trust which is built with the community, and that was fundamental to understand this informal system. Because generally whenever you go to informal neighborhoods, to informal system, it's always that if you don't have trust, they won't share information. Absolutely important. So that was one of the ways to build knowledge. Okay. And the second thing was, these are complex systems, very, very complex systems. They sometimes cannot be mapped numerically. Scenarios can be built. So that's another thing which we had also understood. So a lot of digital tools were used, a lot of coding, programming, whatever you call it, was used to just simulate this system, to understand how these systems work. Like, and let me tell you, it was a completely bottom-up approach. No help given by the RTO, the Route Transport Officer, which actually looks at this system. The municipal corporation, not much knowledge about this system. So we got information from the unions themselves and from the drivers. And as I told you, because of SPARK's work, they knew that we could help them actually take up their concerns even with the municipality, with the RTO, with the unions. They shared information with us. In fact, we trained them to use mobile apps to document. I'll show you. We trained them to use their family members to actually document the complete system. So that's what we did. We trained them. Anybody who knew mobile phones, we told them how to use like simple OSM trackers. We told them how to use ODK, a way of getting information into the mobile phone. And what did we get? So this was the first finding. Like this system, there are 21 such routes in this system. There are 21 routes in this system carrying nearly 18,000 or conducting nearly 18,000 trips daily, which means average, if you say 3 to 5 kilometers, the amount it traverses, the system traverses 72,000 kilometers to 90,000 kilometers daily. That's the amount of service they give. Okay, generally we think that it operates most during the morning peak time and night peak time. Not so. Generally it will go up, and actually the peak will happen during the evening times or the night time when the people are returning home from Bombay. That's when the rush happens before the suburban train shuts down. So this map we made with the drivers. This map we made with the unions. And you can see how this map attempt has been made to get all the landmarks there, which are the main stops, and you can see the Nalasopara railway station from where everything starts. So the longest route will be to the Western Express Highway, which goes to Ahmedabad, as you can see on the eastern side, and most of them otherwise they are short routes. And as you go to the eastern side are where the industries are, where the informal settlements are. So that's where, as you cross the eastern side, the southern and northern side, they are generally well-to-do neighborhoods, townships, cooperative societies. So they are well-to-do. But as you go to the east, informality starts happening. And as I have said, the longest routes are 13 kilometers, shortest routes are 3.2 kilometers. That's what you see as the average costs which are involved in this system. Okay, and how much population? Nearly 1.5 lakh people use this system daily, and it generates a certain amount of revenues also, which we had tried to understand. And these are all simulations. As we said that we could not get most of these figures only through determined set of, these are simulations which had to be done within these digital frameworks. So this shows the station area. This is a very complex understanding of the station area. So generally most of our investments, especially in the city of Mumbai, as far as railway stations are concerned, are the internal part of the railway station. So if you see the MUTP plan, all the money is to the railway station. So the railway station improvement happens only within the railway. So everything, whether it be how the railways will provide you with transport facilities, happens within the, outside the railway station is informal, it's chaotic. Okay, though we know that there are orders there, generally that's what would be. There are no investments done there. This is completely self-organized. In fact, just to show you in this visual that you will see there are pedestrian walkways which are formed, there are bazaars which are formed, there are combinations also. In fact, there are shopping centers which are absolutely labyrinth-like. You will have like education centers there, coaching classes there, because that's where most of the students come who are using these systems even for education. So that's what you will see. You will see a lot of cow gullies also. So that's something you will observe. So if you start mapping this system of the railway station, you realize that it is a complex system which is formed out of these auto rickshaws, these vendors and walking, the pedestrian. And that's where we realize the intersectionality of this whole aspect of how the pedestrian is so integral, even with this system of like transferring from one mode to the other, from the railway to the auto rickshaw. So we'll show you a video. So now we talk about the point where the destination is, where they go. So now this is a map again, which we again generated through through Python platforms and everything. This shows the areas. The yellow areas are the areas which are within 5 minutes of auto rickshaw stands. 5 minutes of auto rickshaw stands, all the yellow areas are well covered. Okay, these are the areas which are well served. The violet areas come within 10 minutes, and anything outside that, the grey areas, are what is called transport deficit areas. Very problematic areas, let me tell you. As you can see, especially the route going to the highway, okay, on the north and the south, there are a lot of transport deficit areas, and these are areas where you have to walk 20 minutes. I'll show you also some of these neighborhoods, informal neighborhoods. And 20 minutes walking for women, children, elderly to the auto stand, absolutely not possible. Absolutely not possible. So some of the research then we started doing there with some of our students, okay, who looked at some of these neighborhoods, 3 neighborhoods as you can see, in these areas, in these transport deficit areas which are informal in nature. Okay, and and these are actually areas where the migrants live. Lot of them are auto rickshaw drivers themselves. There are 40% who are auto rickshaw drivers out there. And these neighborhoods, we started understanding how their trip behaves. In fact, lot of the maps that you see are these neighborhoods, and lot of these lines which are located in different colors are the trips of various people. There are women, children, there are also male also. So, but what we realized first of all, that this whole activity of going even to the auto rickshaw stand is not a linear activity. There are a lot of chaining which happens. Okay, before even the women go to work or some other activity, there will be either shopping, either leaving the children to the school. These things will go on happening. Okay, and these are pedestrian activities before they use the system. So these are some things which we realized, and we realized that they have preferences of routes depending on safety issues. Okay, these are something we realized, that there are choices of streets which various gendered bodies taking. That was the research this student was doing, and these are some things which we understood. That and in fact, so much so that terrain played an important role. That's a section of that whole terrain. Terrain played an important role. There are climate vulnerabilities which happen, flooding, heat, which come in. As you can see some of the images, we go through these images, they're very stark, they're informal settlements.
but we never speak of pedestrianization there. Let me tell you, in fact, when we went to these settlements, the women of the settlement, just because they could not move, they had to work at home. And a lot of them, this whole neighborhood was involved with actually imitation jewelry. They used to make, women were like making imitation jewelry. They just get 30 rupees per day. 30 rupees per day. Like imagine if they have accessibility and if they are able to come to the station area, even serving as domestic help in townships, they earn a lot more. And that's for me, that's the important reason. Like for me, pedestrianization is extremely important. It's connected to livelihoods. It's connected to your education. It's connected to your health. This is the status of the periphery. So it's very, very important that we start understanding why pedestrianization is so important. And as I have said, these are discoveries that we made. It's not that like we started with informal shared mobility, understanding informal shared mobility, but we saw that finally, if we don't get pedestrianization in place, walking infrastructure in place, it just doesn't work. In fact, if you can see, walking is an hindrance in these neighborhoods because clearly bad infrastructure, like clearly garbage dumping, lot of garbage dumping, lot of storm water, wastewater, no infrastructure in place. Okay, planting is completely out, as you can see in these photographs. Okay, terrain plays an important role, climate vulnerabilities play an important role. These are things which we realized which form the primary reason why like walking was not desirable at all. And you can understand in these neighborhoods, like you cannot go to school. Walking to school is really a task to do that. Okay, so clearly some of these paths have been traced by the students, trying to understand how these paths work, their relationship to land use, something which was understood, and the student finally intervened to make these streets more like walkable. That was something the student was attempting to do. So, but this is just to give you the idea of the challenges in the periphery. This is just to give you an idea how our systems work in the peripheries where things are informal in nature. So what I'll do is I'll show you I'll end with this. So I'll show you one of the videos of the station area so that you can get a glimpse of the station area, and with that I'll end. So while you see the station area video, you can understand the codes, the different way body negotiates space. Okay, these are some things which are very interesting of how, because personally I know a lot of you people who are not from Mumbai would not even understand how to get into the Mumbai area. But if you start using it, you will realize there are many written, unwritten codes. And you will start liking it because it's very efficient, and these systems you start. So this is done by students. We were having a documentation workshop, okay, and it's a part of a documentation elective that the students had actually been a part of, where they documented this. So I'll stop talking. The voice comes in now. I think the voice is a problem. Huh? Tell me. Go again. But you can see the very important we seeing the scales of walking involved, the bodies which are involved, and how the vendors, the informal system, that is the auto rickshaws, how they work together. This is during the daytime. Very also not only vendors, there are eating joints also which are a part of these systems. Sorry, the voice is not working. How they shade themselves, you can see that.
किधर लेके जाते हैं?
वेस्ट में लेके आते हैं।
कॉलिंग माइक वाला ईयरफोन 50 रुपया।
बोलो 250 रुपए में आएगा। बोलो फैंसी बैग, बोलो डिजाइन वाला बैग, बोलो
में ऑफर है मोबाइल का गिलास
So when the bus comes in, you can see how they move and how they'll come back again. Okay, immediately they come back again. So they know that the bus would be coming at a certain point of time and how they reorganize themselves. So they will not stop the bus. There are few of these buses there which run, but most of the travel is through these auto rickshaws, the shared auto rickshaws. So this gives you an idea of the station facing, little bit of this remaining. We have the subtitles. Okay, so thank you. So primary question, very simple. How do you integrate this system into the city mobility plan? I think that's the most important question for all of us. These are absolutely daily activities which you observe in Indian cities. Most of the Indian cities, that's the story. But the question is, because we are creating these city mobility plans, the question is how do you integrate? With that, I will. Thank you. I think I was within my.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Paul, for an insightful presentation on informal mobility. I totally got reconnected with Mumbai. I work in Mumbai, and I would like to share this. And this is another aspect which Dr. Paul mentioned was on choices that you make. So one is the livelihood that pedestrian spaces offers to low-income communities and to various others, but also the choices that are gender-wise choices have been made in a city like Mumbai. So while I was staying in Oshiwara, Andheri, and working in Vilepal in East, instead of taking car, I always preferred moving, walking, and then taking a suburban train because it will save my time. So that is another very big aspect that we have to look into our systems and planning, that for a working woman, time is again very important. And instead of getting stuck in the traffic in Juhu, I would always prefer that taking my train and reach home as early as possible. And also the vibrancy and the other associated benefits you get while you walk. You pick up the vegetables, you have other benefits that you walk. So definitely pedestrian spaces and walkability is must in cities like Mumbai and cities in global south. So we will delve into it more deeper in our future discussions. Next we will move on to our next presentation by Mr. Rajat Sali.
Good afternoon, everyone. First disclaimer, I don't work on pedestrians. Right? So, though I'm there in the session where I have to talk about pedestrians, so I'm going to actually learn from you guys. So, पिछले एक दिन से आप लोग काफ़ी समझ चुके हैं pedestrians के बारे में. So, if you are there on a Bhopal बड़ा तालाब and you are on a leisure walk, how much is the space which you require for pedestrians? Quick answers. एक दिन हो गया पढ़ते हुए. How much is the per square feet requirement for a leisure walk of a pedestrian? Question number 2, if you are in Goriahar or in the station which that is shown at you, what is the space requirement there? And third, how much is the space requirement when you are in a queue? If you don't understand these three, we can't design for it. So leisure is like when you're walking like this. So your arm lengths and all 36. So around 30 to 40 square feet is something which is designed. This I learned in 1999 when I was doing a thesis in my college on pedestrian system planning. And then, for example, in this space where we are in any of the active space is around 15 to 20 depending on, and in queue you are 3 to 5 or 6. Right? So these are some of the spaces which you need to understand very well when you design a system. But along with that, then I realized the space is not only the thing which you require to understand. There are other factors also. Right? For example, today is the way the methods of you can say a pedestrian system which were there when we were, it's very different. Your mobility is maybe vertical as well, or maybe with a different kind of mechanical systems to make it faster with more modern setups and all. But in our case, it was just the human body who was involved. So how you going to make and design that system very comfortably is something which is a game which needs to be reinvented. Like for example, if you go to any of your airports or maybe to great extent to your metro stations, Bhopal may not have much of them, but if you go to Delhi or other places, you will find it. So escalators or walking escalators are also come in, air conditioning has come in. Spaces are different as compared to what they are. But what you end up or land up finally is a space which is outside in an ambient environment. So how you deal with that in your design is something which is the more focused area for me to discuss. Because I work on heat assessments and I try to look at how these spaces, when you come out from a very formal set of, like if you experience that you're coming from an air-conditioned bus and landing up into you can say a bus stop or a street which is not at all, forget about the comfort, you don't even have a basic level of standards. I may have to skip a lot of my slides because I thought there was a lot of time, but let's go. I was thinking talking about Gopal, but I'll leave Gopal to you guys to solve it. Let's talk about this environment sustainable urban transport policies and interventions. So we work on heat, so where we try to look at urban covers, structures as well as metabolism to understand that why a particular area is heated up, what are the reasons, whether a poor architectural design or it could be a betterment of structures, choice of materials, maybe more shading elements and things can help you. Reason for that is I was working on indoor thermal comfort standards. But we realized that indoor will thermally comfortable if you're outdoor. So that time I was in Kolkata. In fact, many of the areas you guys are showing. So I work in Kolkata extensively. So we thought Park Street, let's take it up as one of the case. We started modeling that area. We even started to look at that how this particular street will have sun interference coming in and going in depending on the time zone of that. And then how we can provide a designer shade or you can say urban design which can give you more comfort to the people and how much temperature reduction. So these were questions. Whether I change a material, whether I change a fabric, when I bring in tree, when I bring a little more microclimatical enhancements in terms of water, or maybe even when you bring mistake. So how much variations do these will have an impact on? So with these thoughts we started, but and then we started documenting various cities. In case you have an interest, there are 2 series which we run as urban heatscapes as well as cool habitat. The cool habitat documents all the videos done by a good architectural project, but in case you are looking at urban heatscape, that's talking about at least amongst the 9 cities we picked up 6, which has a lot of impact and issues with regard to informal sectors of vulnerability of communities which are there. So whenever you find time, just go through that. They are there on the YouTube channel of Down to Earth, which is one of the CSC's channels. So then, if I look at the model share and all, let's not get into it, but yes. Then let's go to Connaught Place. I'll take you across to various cities to see and judgment. So this is where Hanuman temple is. So where Tuesdays or otherwise also there is a huge amount of rush is there. People go there and they have to stay there for longer. So what we've done is across the city we looked at the LST, we looked at the hotspots, and then we looked at certain places where you are bound to be there for a little longer because exposure is the game here. For example, if you have an inconvenience while walking from one particular another place, but you can pass through that. But there are certain places where you are stuck for a very little longer period, and that creates a kind of stress on your body. So we looked at specifically on those spots, right? So this is particular area where we map. So we use NVMet as one of the software. Though we use the free version at that time, you can buy a purchased one. University is much more brand than us. So what we try to simulate what exactly is there, and then if I do certain intervention there, like in case I'm changing certain profiles there, what is the impact which comes? So most of the time when we say that, okay, if I bring this material under shade, what is the impact? Right? So then you need the formal values of those materials, reflectables, and various other aspects of it. So that means literature research is to be good. So after doing that, I'm not saying that we have a best of thing, but what I have is that at least you will be able to see the variations which are possible, right? Air temperature, most of the time people talk about that I can modify the air temperature, worst case. You can't even touch it. It's hardly half a degree. If you can do that, I'll say you are a magician. The surface temperatures, yes, you can. So when based on these discussion now, at least what we have is MOVA has given grant to 12 cities, and fortunately Bhopal is also one of that, which got the first phase of grant, where they're going to work on how they improve their systems. Maybe you will have a little more experience, but the grant is very small. But you will have only 1 or 2 spots or maybe 10 spots in the city where they will work on it. But we are hoping that this can graduate into something bigger, where there is certain amount of focus. But on the other side, you have a complete grant called Complete Street Grant. Right? We fought for air pollution and all because CSE works on it. We said that pedestrians and IPT mode or maybe non-motorized requires the space. Then finally we got the grant. Big chunk of money, but that all got spent into urban design setup, which is not recognizing the human requirements at all. So we added up more MS structures. You go to any of the complete streets, Pune, Delhi, anywhere, they added more MS structures, right? They may have added the shade under the trees, right? So it's sometimes I think that I don't know what kind of problem do we have with that we don't invest our money into the directions, and that's why it's. I don't know what kind of poverty we'll call it. So I'll show you the modern example also. So we intervened into the Delhi example, looked at how much reduction is possible. So that's all goes into, there's one small interactive tool which I'll show you, which is there on our CSC website also. You can go and play with it and get into various areas where we be. So then I went to Badi Chowpat. There's another area where the pedestrian crisscrossing is happening. There also we documented, they used to have fountain, now it's not working. They used to have certain things which were there, which originally, whosoever designed it very well. So when they call themselves UNESCO, I said, why you not preserve the elements which are there? You are under UNESCO heritage city thing. You're trying to control the facades, right? Or maybe improving on to how you write your name outside your shops and all, but you don't do anything on human comfort which is required to be done. So there again, we looked into various aspects of it, and then what modifications and can result in. Then we went to Mysore. So this is all with the help of various, you can say the architectural and planning students across wherever the SPA Mysore students work with us on this. So we went on the bus stand as well as to one of the main chowk which is there in Mysore where the Dasara festival happens. So there again students worked to understand that what is the current context of the heat, and if they try to bring up certain modification, what level of variations are possible in a particular area for us to develop. Now what is happening is, what this tool can give you or this interface can actually help you is, at least it will give you a tentative idea. Let me tell you, modeling is around 40% incorrect. Because it can be 100% correct, but if the human is behind who's putting the values is well researched. If you're just going to do, like many of us load the software and say yes, yes, yes. We even talk to a friend who's expert, is that 10 बार yes बोलियो, 1 बार no बोलना बस. Right? और उसके बाद जाके GS का patch यहाँ डाल दे और crack load हो जाए. Right? We all know this game, right? But we don't know why he's doing. The only person who's doing this is the one person who knows about it. The rest of us are just listening to the command. Same way you will learn the software. Any of you can learn the software. If I teach you, you all can learn the software, but you will not get the reasoning behind it. So more your Viksit, वो 2047 में विकसित भारत की बात कर रहे हैं ना, more विकसित दिमाग you have, more your simulation results will be better. Then we went to Leh. You imagine Leh, log bolte bahut thanda hai, there is a heat which is coming up there also. And the interesting part is, we were there our team was in Leh for almost 2 or 3 days extra. Though they were enjoying and I was worried. Reason for that is, the air became thin in the afternoon, the flight was cheaper, and that time the flight was not going. Right? So you have to take a morning flight. So we were forced to make them stay for 2 more days there, so that at least वो Saturday Sunday वाले the flight थोड़ा सस्ता मिल रहा था, because हमारी slab में आ जाएगा ना, जिसको भेजा उसका slab भी तो चाहिए होता है. So then he was doing. Fortunately, this was happening at Sonam Wangchu's Institute, so we could request him that 2 दिन और रख लो भाई साहब, no. So they were there, but they were happy because they were in Ladakh to enjoy this. But this is how the results come in. Again, you see the heat, temperatures, कितना degree higher जाएगा, and then what possible interventions you will be able to do that. Modification could be like, because you require more heat here, so maybe certain more elements or maybe collapsible will come in instead of being a permanent one in this. So after learning all this, we made this tool called Pooling Our Public Spaces. You can go and whatever I've shown you, it's there on the CSE website. I am not saying at all, first of all, CSE job is not to do a research, perfect research like what academicians does. We only give the direction where you can go and at least make you sure that you reach to that point where you can learn and improve this further. We can only take you to one step there. So these all interfaces which are being shown here, results, and this is right outside my office at India Habitat Center. We spent so much of money on Complete Street. Look at the MS structure which are there, and the color in any case is interesting. And where they are located, it's under the tree. I don't see any element of shade which has been added other than that. Right? So it's a why MS structure and such huge MS structure, and without that is not even shelter which you can give it during the rainy season also. Right? If we have any tensile structure, I would have thought, okay, they have thought really well. But why we have such kind of bankruptcy on our brain when it comes to these kind of designs, I fail to understand. Then let's look at the Nehru Place station. I remember when I was doing this, the architect who was involved in these projects in DMRC was sitting on the same panel, and he said that, sorry, I designed all these. I said, yeah, but imagine that you added so much of stone around. One presentation I remember, there was Chandigarh was being discussed in the morning, where they said that from one corner to another, you have so much of stone exposure in between. Now imagine the new Nehru Place, whatever metro station we have made, with so many people crisscrossing it, huge amount of stone, and that to what stone are we adding? We have no idea. We just want to add stone, right? And this becomes so uncomfortable. And there's not even a single thought which has been given onto the comfort of the person. Imagine you're coming out from a temperature which is too chilled maybe sometimes, right? You're coming up from a metro station, you're coming from a metro which will be different temperature, suddenly you come out, you get a thermal shock to your body. Now what will happen? And then we overcooked you, right? We added a stone which is going to actually give you a streaming experience. You'll understand that how well. This is that street photograph which actually we started with Kolkata. So that time we were all not aware about the software. Yeah. So architecture, the people who have done architecture with me, they were doing with Revit and all to understand. Okay, sir, ye bol rahe hain. Then we thought, okay, there could be a software also. Then we found out, yes, there was. So then now these experiments are coming up where at least the bus stops are becoming Ahmedabad one, which is very famous. This is actually becoming an example for everyone to follow. Many people understand the design, many don't. But yes, Gwalior is doing, Bhopal is also doing, Delhi is maybe adding, Ghaziabad, many other cities which are there, they are part and parcel of this game. So I think the final thing, what exactly we need is certain way, you can say a cool corridor, cool pavements, understanding of shaded spots. By the time in between ECBC, what they have done is energy conservation, sustainable building code, which is the newest one. All your paved surfaces outside your project limit or outside your outdoor area needs to be 100% shaded. Now this is new requirement under your new code of energy conservation sustainable building code. At least the buildings who are coming for commercial certification and all, they may have to. Let's see how much this variation could actually bring as a change. But these are some of the points which I want to leave you with so that you can think logically that how we can change the scenario where we are right.
afternoon everyone. I know it's been a long time that you've been listening to all of us. But I think we've had very, very insightful sessions since the morning, especially on street lighting. Right? So I represent an organization called Urban Management Center. We are a not-for-profit organization, and our core belief is that you have to work with the government. You have to be inside the system to change the system, and that's what we do. So we work with Mahua, we work with state governments, we work with urban local bodies that are trying to change the way things are. And we've heard enough once over, so we've बहुत सुना कि street lighting में problems क्या हैं. And we've been working with city governments who are the primary implementers of how street lighting in our city should be. And जब हम उनसे बात कर रहे थे तो the oft said problems या जो हमने बहुत सुना कि problems हैं क्या इसमें. So the first thing is footpaths नहीं बनाते हैं because they'll get encroached by street vendors. And we're still fighting in Ahmedabad, which is like the World Heritage. We're making the heritage management plan, and they still want just the most minimum street footpath width. And we're arguing, we're doing pop-ups to show that you need more and it's possible to have more. But mat banao, encroach ho jayenge. The second is the oft solution that cities give is in सबको उठा के एक किसी plot में रख देते हैं. Let's make a vendors market, right? And या तो किसी flyover के नीचे रखते हैं या तो एक plot पे सब vendors को ले जाके वहीं रख देते हैं. That's the second solution that everybody has in mind. The third thing that we keep hearing is कहाँ नहीं चाहिए street vendors is the first thing that they have in mind. We don't want street vendors here. We don't want. They'll not talk about where you should have them or where it's feasible, where it's practical, without having any other issues. So that's a third of thing that we keep hearing. Traditional markets जो हैं, like for example Lal Darwaza and Ahmedabad, उनका तो कोई they don't have no answers, no solutions to what to do with that. The last piece that they have is कितने vendors हैं, कितने vendors को हमें accommodate करना है. That's the way they put their question. And I think we took all of these things that we heard from cities, and we tried to convert this into a very step-by-step guideline of if you want to do this in a manner that works for street vendors, primarily works for citizens, works for mobility. How do you do this? So we've been working with cities of Gandhinagar, in Ahmedabad, in Jodhpur, and based on all of that learning, we created this playbook, a step-by-step planning guide for street vending, because we have had a lot of pilots, right? बहुत pilots देख चुके हैं, 56 दुकान की बात होती है, food stalls की बात होती है, food gullies की बात होती है, but how do you create a system on this? And that's what really urged us. I'm going to skip a lot of slides. So again, street vendors कोई एक परिभाषा नहीं है. हमने सुबह से सुन लिया है. You find them on the carriageway, on footpaths, on undemarcated lands, on open grounds. So these are, I'm just quickly going to scroll pictures. You have on open grounds. And you're creating spaces, right? Your vendors occupying different kinds of spaces. And that's how, and then depending upon the commodity. So when cities said kitne vendors accommodate karna hai, it was not about vendors, it was about vending units. And that again was one change that we had to bring in the way they were thinking about accommodating. We've spoken enough about this in all of this. And I think the biggest problem was on design भी कर लेंगे. उसका management का तो design and planning के बाद जो उसका management होता है, that again is a big Pandora's box. We've not yet been able to solve. So it's a three-pronged level guideline, and so it's at a macro level, at a city level. How do you define what vending can happen where? At a zonal level, what should happen? And then actually going at a micro level, how do you design it at a vending unit level, right? So at city level vending considerations, and again we took the bhasha that the city governments or city managers were telling us. Vending कहाँ नहीं करनी आप please बताओ कि यहाँ vending तो नहीं होनी चाहिए, right? We picked up कहाँ नहीं होनी चाहिए. Let's do this, and we kind of overlaid this in various sectors in Gandhinagar, and we figured out that how do you estimate number of vending units for planning vending zones? How do you delineate, right? And so they said, okay, fine. I mean, this was all built in consensus. You should not have no vending on carriageways or primary roads. No vending zones adjacent to eco-sensitive areas. Within proximity to junctions. This was something that we argued really hard. They said that we don't want any vending near entry and exit points of major administrative units, near schools, near hospitals. We said, okay, fine, let's even take that. Near exit and entry of transport hubs, metro stations, on railway tracks, or on the buffer spaces beyond railway tracks. Where can restricted vending happen or not happen? Also, right? So we took the street width, kaha hona chahiye, and restricted vending as a definition is where vending can happen, certain vending can happen for certain hours of the day, right? So, kaha ho sakta hai, kaha nahi ho sakta hai, reserved plots pe ho sakta hai, and we took all of this, and then we overlaid on two sectors in Gandhinagar, Sector 7 and Sector 11. And I'm just going to show these overlays. So this is carriageways, this is forest land, near junctions, entry-exit, educational institutes, then restricted vending kahan ho sakta hai. All of these things, overlays humne karke dekhe. These are all the no's that is there, right? We took all the no's and then mapped it. But the green ones that you see here are the places which are your restriction-free vending, right? So the moment you define this zone in a city, what it means is that yahan pe vendors can actually vend without any trouble from police, without paying haftas, without being kind of jo humne Dr. Paul ke video mein dekha ki BNC aake hata dega. So all of these things and all of these led to the kind of vending units that we were able to allot was way, way much than what existing vending units were there in Gandhinagar, in these two sectors. What it led to saying is that if you manage it well, if you legalize, if you make it a credible, vending space and allocate that for vendors, it becomes much better. And this is something that we did it in consultation with the Gandhinagar Municipal Corporation. We did this very charrette kind of studios exercises जिसमें हम लोगों को ये बताया नहीं था. हम लोगों को पहले ये बताया आपको कहाँ नहीं चाहिए आपको बात करें. And then ultimately we all came to the same kind of calculations and this really worked. When we come to vending zone level consideration, what is the kind of, and so one very strong thing that this guideline says that we need to create multifunctional zones, right, where you can accommodate a lot of these different things that are happening on a street, and which our streets are currently not designed for. So यहाँ पे street vending हो सकता है, यहाँ पे signage आ सकता है, if you want some pauses for citizens, full rest stops for citizens, all of that can happen. And each vending unit was also very clearly we defined it, that you have a vendor space, you have the display space in between, and you have a customer engagement zone, right? This together makes a vending unit. And each vending unit, and I'll talk about it in a bit, कोई अलग-अलग होता है, right? कोई एक barber का shop है ऐसे, each vending unit is going to be different. And then you cannot again allocate the same size कि हमने 50 को उठा लिया, सबको हमने इतना square feet, square meter दे दिया and problem finished. That's not how it works. So even at a vending zone level consideration, I think there was a lot of how do you do the detailed design. You need toilets, you need water. And I'm giving you an example. Say, well, Chappan Dukaan ka, everybody talks about how great that place has become. And at Indore, being Indore, it wanted Chappan Dukaan to become plastic free. No use of single-use plastic, cutlery, paper plates, kuch nahi, hame kuch nahi chahiye. So this friend of ours was working with Chappan Dukaan, trying to help him do this, and he said, fine, so we'll have to move to steel plates, or at least the ones that can be rinsed and washed. Where are they going to rinse and wash? Right? You can't do any plates because each vendor, each shop caters to close to 500 to 600 people per day. This is at a minimum. वो अगर 50 plates भी हैं, it is a 10-time washing cycle that each shop will require. Where is that shop going to wash? And then again, there were questions about, can we have industrial level dishwashers? And this is something that can be thought about. Why not? Provided we design it in that manner, provided we have the water supply to those facilities, provided we have, you know, the kind of the wastewater that comes out of these facilities is kind of taken care of. And there's a revenue model, very clearly revenue model here if you want to put industrial dishwashing, and all the shopkeepers were agreeing to that. But jagah nahi, because we didn't design for that. So a lot of these considerations, including childcare, we don't talk about it so much, and I think this is really becoming, and I think the gender angle in street vending, more than I think a third of street vendors are women, and they're lugging their children along with them. So childcare facilities designed along with vending spaces is super important. Coming to individual vending level unit considerations, what is it that kitna chahiye ek kisi vendor ko? And we did a lot of studies. एक नाई की दुकान जो सामने एक फुटपाथ पे बैठता है, उसको कितने जगह चाहिए? To a mochi, to somebody selling fruits, again if they're sitting on the ground, there's a different consideration. If they have a thela, there's a different consideration. So this is on the floor. If they have this such kind of a raised plinth, what is the kind of requirement that they have? Using push carts. This is a pakodi wala, who's just selling clothes, footwear, all of this. And how much really space is required? And when you start having this kind of a normative standard for vending units, that's when you actually can then design कि हमें इतनी जगह में किस configuration में कितने vending units चाहिए होंगे. And based on these typologies, based on the space requirements is what then Gandhinagar is what we propose, and this is what they are going ahead with. So this is some demonstration. We did some kind of simulations, showed it to them that it's possible. Of how do you accommodate this? So this is the guideline. I'll also leave a soft copy with Surbi, and she can share it with everyone. And I think the whole aspect beyond design, beyond planning, we don't look at management, right? And when we're talking about management, we're talking about funds, functions, and functionaries again. Where is the funding going to come from? How is this vending zone being managed? What is the kind of revenue source, revenue streams that's going to be, it's going to ensure that it's kind of, self-sustaining. Not initially, but at least down the line. Can we plan for it? Who does this? Facilities management, kaun karega? What's the role of the TVC? And TVC again is very token, right? There's a lot of tokenism there. It's all mostly on paper. Those kind of consultative, citizen-led, citizen-inclusive discussions don't happen. And the last is functionality. See, karega kaun? Who are the officials who are doing this? Who's going to do this? Even if you look at the kind of licenses that these street vendors need to take, right? A health license alag hota hai. Agar aap kapde bech rahe ho, aapko alag license chahiye. But agar added on that, if you're selling pani puri, you need a health license. Right? And then there are two different departments that you need to go to, and there's a different kind of bureaucracy that happens. There is the Swanidhi, under Swanidhi, the whole PA Swanidhi, we really pushed for street vendors at least get identity cards. That also was a one-time huge effort that has happened, but the Act says it has to happen every 5 years. How do we do this? How do we set this again as a system, not do it one time, right? So our push as an organization is to kind of take this at a systems level. So that's where we are. Thank you so much.
For giving us this step-by-step guideline for planning and designing the street vending, which we all need day-to-day, and this is what the directions that is needed in planning. So moving next to the last presentation by Dr. Shreya, and she has promised that she will finish it within 10 minutes. So thank you.
especially for Global South context. And as I promised, I will strictly wind it up by 10 minutes. But I'm very glad that my presentation is last because I'll talk about choice, gender, heat, as well as encroachment. So yeah, but I promise 10 minutes. So
You can take 2 minutes extra if you want.
no, I want to wrap it up by 10 minutes. So yeah. So as you can see, the title of the presentation is about exploring heat in the street space or reimagining the street through the heat lens. And this is part of the work that I'm doing from the Lee Shepard Memorial Scholarship, sponsored by Volvo Research and Educational Foundations, as well as World Resources Institute, and of course, also sponsored by the Lee Shepard family. So this is the brief content of the presentation and how this is going to flow. So I'll first briefly talk about the research setting, and then I'll quickly run you through 3 cases, and I'll wrap it up by saying what is the social relevance as well as what we are trying to infer in near future. So talking about what I do, my primary training is in architecture and urban planning, and I come from a climatology background where I mostly try to look into climate, environment and energy as well as public health. And through all of this, I try to achieve sustainable built environment. So some of the areas of interest that I have are related to human thermal exposure and extreme heat adaptation, which brings me to understanding healthy city, healthy streets as well as active mobility, so which is more of associated with walking, bicycling and these things. And climate responsive urban design as well as policy design for climate resilience, especially with a focus on Global South. And my work lies at the intersection of Sustainable Development Goals 3, 7, 11 and 13, which are associated with good health and well-being, sustainable cities and communities, climate action, as well as affordable and clean energy. And I sometimes jokingly say that I have had the good fortune of staying in some of the hottest cities in this planet while doing heat research. So this is the first image from Phoenix in Arizona. Then the second image is from Singapore, and the third image is from Jodhpur. So all these places, sometimes they become extremely arid, hot, so summertime temperature goes up to 51 degrees centigrade, and in cases of Singapore, it's not that arid, but humidity makes it really difficult to sustain even 30-32 degree centigrade temperature over there. So let's see what exactly I do. So as I said, I try to explore heat in the street space, or do I try to reimagine the street through the heat lens? So my focus is on outdoor heat adaptation, and I focus on human health, open space and street design, as well as the impact on transportation sector. And my focus is to produce knowledge for scenarios and benchmarking. So I try to understand the interaction of bioclimatic dynamics, built environment, and microscale climate variables. I try to model unprecedented fine-scale spatio-temporal dynamics of psychophysiological responses for thermal comfort, pleasure, and adaptation, as well as I try to explore impact of radiative heat exchange and humidity in thermoregulation. Now, that's a lot of jargon, so I'll break it down for you. So I try to basically achieve a reduced mortality and morbidity from heat, which can eventually improve the productivity and resilience for any vulnerable community or any outdoor occupants. So it could be outdoor workers, street vendors, tourists, elderly people, children, pregnant women, or even athletes. So what do? I use data-driven approaches. I use some prediction models. I also take help of citizen or the respondents through the idea of citizen science, as well as I try to use a lot of low-cost sensors and some sort of climate modeling. So I was talking about NVMet, so I'll also show you some glimpses of NVMet. And all of this eventually helps me to devise some strategies for also mitigating heat at the outdoor spaces. And all of that results in promoting more of walkability, bicyclability, as well as supporting formulation of different policy guidelines for achieving heat resilient outdoor spaces. Now, the approach that called human biometeorology. So Survi is here. She works on human biometeorology, and here basically we try to understand what is the impact of meteorology on human bio at a very fine scale. So for example, if I am wearing a sweater in the month of June and I am walking through the streets of Delhi, how much of heat or cold I am going to feel. So all of that gets into the account. Also, all these factors are considered whether I am eating a particular food or drinking a particular beverage, and how the activity, for example, if I am sitting or in a sedentary position or I am moving, how all of that is impacting my metabolism, and eventually how all of that can continue towards shaping my thermal physiology of the human body, and how that is associated with me making a decision of whether I want to walk or not. So now I consider temporal and spatial variability of the climatic condition, more so in terms of the hyperlocal climatic conditions, or which we call the microclimate, which are generally non-uniform conditions in the outdoor spaces, as well as we try to see what is the satisfaction of people with respect to the surrounding conditions. So if I am feeling thermally comfortable or not, if I am feeling some sort of disturbance in terms of my satisfaction with respect to the surrounding environment, and I try to include both subjective parameters. So what is the feeling, the perception, and all of that are part of the subjective parameter, as well as the objective parameter, where I try to objectively measure the thermal comfort level or I'll try to be loud enough so that everybody can hear. So thank you, Akshit. I don't need the mic. I have a loud enough voice. So yeah. Now talking about the objective parameter, we also do some sort of microscale climate models, and we use the sensors and the devices to capture the measurement, and we try to model the thermal comfort. So these are some of the devices that I use. So these buttons can be stick with your skin to capture the skin temperature and skin wettedness and those things. The yellow looking device is a portable weather station that can capture many of the microclimatic variables, and this one particular funky looking device is actually a robot that can mimic the human thermal physiology. So now talking about how much hot is too much hot when I am at an outdoor space or when I am walking. So we mostly talk about the air temperature or surface temperature, but what we often overlook is something called mean radiant temperature. So that is one parameter which effectively understands what is the thermal load on a human body with respect to all surrounding surfaces, and how that can impact what you are feeling like. So mean radiant temperature, or there is another parameter called physiological equivalent temperature. So these two are basically one metric that you all see every day. I'm sure most of you have seen in your phone, when you check the temperature, there is something called feels like. It's something similar to that. So the air temperature could be 30 degrees, but because of the ambient humidity and many other factors, the low wind speed and all of that put together, you may feel 40 degrees or the equivalent level of thermal discomfort. So I essentially try to model mean radiant temperature and physiological equivalent temperature to understand how a person can actually feel when they are walking through a street. So let's quickly see some examples of how I am trying to integrate that information into designing healthy streets in Indian subcontinent for vulnerable demographics. So the first study that I'll quickly tell you about is a part of my PhD work that I did long back in 2019, where I was looking into the encroachments in streets of Kolkata and Mumbai. And this is where I tried to understand what is the impact of all the encroachment on the thermal performance of the streets. So as you can see, there's an umbrella on the left side of the image, and there is a linear stretch on the right side of the feel comfortable at X degree centigrade, but if I am part of one of those neighborhood where this corrugated sheet is there, I may feel comfortable at say 35 degrees centigrade or something like that. So that benchmarking was done, and we actually derived a thermal comfort scale. That kind of gives you the idea what is the temperature level where I can feel comfortable, and at what level I start exhibiting certain heat stress related symptoms. And it's also possible to benchmark those symptoms. For example, I can feel comfortable at 20 degree. I can feel slight migraine headache at 25 degree. I can feel like vomiting at 30 degree, and I can get a heat stroke at 40 degree, or things like that. So that modeling is possible using a human biometeorology based approach. And while doing that, I was also trying to see the impact of the encroachment. So this was again an NVMet model that Sir was earlier talking about. So we used the university license, and this was a very fine scale, precise modeling that we did. Spent about 3 years in understanding all the physics behind the model. So this was almost near accurate, whatever you can get in an Indian context. So you can see this is for a particular neighborhood in Kolkata. We tried to understand all the impact of encroachments as well as the impact of a water tank, and from which prevalent direction the wind was flowing, and how all of that put together was shaping the thermal comfort perception of the occupants on that particular street. So we did have some inferences where we saw that people were actually preferring encroachments because the shade that they got from the encroachment was helping in reducing the temperature down. But we all know encroachment is not a solution. So that prompts us to think certain shading strategies as part of regular urban design or city beautification strategies which can help people to achieve an optimum thermal comfort level that is aligned with that earlier derived scale. So yeah, I'll just wait here for 30 seconds. If any one of you is interested, you can quickly browse the QR codes, and you can just click a photo and do the browsing later. So yeah, okay, I'm moving to the next slide. So we did a similar type of study for the pedestrian in Singapore, because the earlier case that I was talking about was for stationary adults. What if you start walking, or what if you start moving? Your metabolism will be different, and then that will impact how you are feeling. So we did a similar study in Singapore. This was part of my postdoctoral research, where we wanted to understand two cases, one concrete jungle, which was part of the downtown, and the other one was an urban park with more greenery. So what we did, we asked people to wear the Fitbit, and we used those buttons, and we wanted to model how it's changing with respect to their walking. So if they are walking through a particular route, depending upon the availability of shade or sun, whether their sensation and health vitals are changing. So if we have those information, we would be able to benchmark at what type of urban morphology a specific cohort of people are feeling what type of sensation or any health symptoms. So then accordingly you can come up with different type of urban design interventions. So this is just a graphical scheme to understand what I was talking about. So maybe I'm starting at one point under the sun, then I'm walking, reaching the tree, the shade, and then again I'm waiting there for a while, and then again I'm walking, again I'm exposed to the sun, and this periodic cycle keeps on going. And we can also do it for conditions which are not that uniform through the usual approach that I mentioned. So now talking about the VREF project, what we did, taking a cue from all my previous work, I wanted to propose extreme weather resilient walkability for women pedestrians in Jodhpur, and this was very much motivated from my personal experience of walking the streets of Jodhpur as a woman during extreme hot conditions. And we wanted to validate this for a colder condition in Kathmandu as well. So this is how my work can inform the transportation sector decisions. And I'll quickly run you through the inferences. So we identified what are the drivers, barriers, and mechanisms impacting walkability for South Asian women in these two cases. And we also wanted to understand whether the perception of weather impacts also derived similar type of thermal scales for both Jodhpur and Kathmandu. So I'll just quickly mention one line. So if you see, women in Jodhpur who were historically used to with the hot extreme heat condition, they feel neutral, like neither hot nor cold at 30 degrees centigrade. Whereas in Kathmandu, women feel extreme hot at 29 degrees centigrade, and their neutral is 15 degrees. So that is playing an important role. Now, we did one of the district choice models that we generally do for predicting the mode choice. And we had some assumptions that we assumed women to be at the age of 25, and we assumed certain other conditions, certain monthly travel expenses and all of that. So we saw for Jodhpur, when the condition moves between cold to neutral to hot, the probability of choosing walking as a mode decreases from 85% to 50% to 7%. Similarly, in Kathmandu, when the weather moves from cold to neutral to hot, the probability of choosing walking as a mode decreases from 69% to 58% to 45%. So these are some of the initial insights that we got from our research in Jodhpur and Kathmandu. So what's next? We are trying to benchmark different symptoms at specific heat stress level compared to that scale that I showed. And we are trying to devise urban design recommendations to ensure shading to promote walkability. And this can eventually help in coming up with routing recommendations as well as different what-if scenario-based efficiency assessment. And you can also put one such framework into a digital twin-based framework. So that's about the work, and I'm open to discuss about my work, as well as I'm open to collaboration for research and teaching on some of these attributes. So yeah, that's about it. And thank you for your attention. I hope I didn't take much time. Okay, thank you.
So it is already close to, so I will not take much time, but of course after the wonderful presentations, it has initiated a lot of questions in our mind, and that discussions may follow during our lunch also. But I'll take up one few questions with each expert to initiate the discussion over the lunch. First of all, I'll like to ask Dr. Paul that since you have been in government bodies working with policies, what were the frictions or what were the challenges that you faced in translating your research into policy formulation at government level? So can you share some insights?
Yeah. So just as when we were doing this study, we didn't get much from the government. It's not that the government wanted to give us anything. The government didn't know much about this system, this informally organized system. Like the RTOs were not ready to even share how many licenses they had given us or given to that area or that locality as far as licenses are concerned. So we didn't have much of data from the government as far as the informal systems are concerned. Most of the data or whatever we collected was help from the unions as well as the drivers themselves. And with the promise that we would obviously negotiate with the government, local government, for better infrastructure. See, climate is a huge problem for these drivers. Like simple thing like most of the auto stands don't have drinking water during the summer heat. So the informal transport workers are in completely like in vulnerable conditions because of these. So with the authorities, yeah, this is the next form of negotiation that we take forward. That now we take the discussion with them that look, they are providing essential transport, absolutely essential transport. It's connected to livelihoods. Okay, now you need to do something about it. Okay, so good thing about, let me tell you, the national government has been very responsive. They have now formed a cell to understand under the Niti Aayog to understand paratransit in Indian cities. So they have actually interacted with us, seen our work, and they now want to use our work to inform policy. So the national government, so that's where it starts.
then we expect that the local governments will take it forward.
On this, I would take a discussion to Ms. Meghna, that you have initiated this guidelines for street vendings and street vending zones, and what is your response from the government, local government, and did you take it to the local government, local bodies, and again, where's there any conflict, because you are working towards the right of street vendors, so what about the rights of walkability? What about the pedestrianization, and how does it has any impact on walkability of common person?
Two or three different questions, but I think of course governments don't want to do it, right? Governments को actually कुछ नहीं करना है when it comes to street vending and regularizing and even making it a little more efficient. And it's actually, it's not that it's only for street vendors, it's a win-win. Your streets are better organized, they get better managed, I think because I mean our cities are right now in a war or a war mode में सिर्फ infrastructure बनाने में लगे, right? So if it comes to a new flyover, they'll be very interested. But how do you better manage one particular street section to better manage facilities? It's a follow-up. So unless, again, if there are these complete programs and things like that, which is also very, very tools, very few in number, and so until it really gets institutionalized within a statute like a city planning statute, like until it gets part of the master plan, part of the mobility plan, so I think that's where. Yes.
So another thing, how much walkability it gets impacted because of the. Do you think there is a conflict or there is no conflict? It's just in our mind that it will have an impact on it?
I think if you manage it well, it should not be a conflict. If you manage your sections well, if you manage these vending zones and manage your widths well. If you look at the right of way and if you look at the unused shoulders of our street sections, there's so much that we're not doing well. It's a design problem and it's an implementation problem, and the problem is also when we are contracting for road, new roads that are being done, we are not contracting for complete streets. We are contracting for resurfacing of roads. So we are at the most just a footpath, right? But we're not contracting out for complete streets. That mindset is not there.
So taking ahead from this discussion, I would like to discuss further with Mr. Rajneesh that you have come out, the CAC has come out with this reclaiming resilient spaces. So like Ms. Meghna has pointed out that it is a design issue, it is an implementation issue. So I would like to know whether do we have enough innovation to have resilient materials, the basic materials, and even if we have funds to innovate these materials and have inclusive streets and pedestrian spaces or public spaces, whether can it is still incorporated in our master plans or considered in the master plans or zone plans till now, and if it has been done, can you share some of your experiences?
First of all, I won't say that we don't have it. We do have any street to require certain amount of street infrastructure with it. It's about the direction where you want to take the money towards. That's one. And like even I would like to start from the question which was asked to Meghna, that why you need a vending zone in your pedestrian space or whether you will allow it or not. You actually get the safety and security. There are more street eyes on the street. Kolkata mein crime is difficult and having a crime in Gurgaon is much easier. Because there one is you abolish the safeguarding and another is that where you allow. Now how you allow, at what level you allow, and in fact having a vending station will add a little more comfort also, because लोग ज़्यादा छतरी भी लगाए गए, So I was there in Gwalior. So there's one particular heritage zone where they have one informal street where all the street vendors has added a big chhatri canopy around that, and the whole street has a good walking experience also. Like kuch lagaye, kuch bhi lagaye, at least it adds it. So it's about when you have a person on a space, or I will not say person, or a thought on a space by somebody, the space improves. Now, if you don't allow that ownership to graduate, the concept of utilization or working will deteriorate. So, if you allow that ownership to develop, you don't require more funding. I won't say require, because for example, even Complete Street, we wasted our money completely, right? So, I'm not saying that. So what we have done is, like, we have actually still given you an obligation of what was required to be given to you is a pedestrian space, like a footpath. Maybe we just innovated a bit to have a little more rainwater harvesting structures, or maybe a few more plantation, which again was an obligation for us to give it to you. So I think we have a huge amount of public utility money with us. It's not only in master plan, otherwise also there are a lot of money which is there. But the only thing is that for who you design, that needs to be there in your mind. If you fix that component, because I was quite impressed with what, honestly, I'm going to actually research on what Shreya is doing. She's actually, so we work with doctors and we understand that heat can create from prickly heat to a heat stroke. So there is variations which is there. Even Delhi doesn't even have 2 hospitals which are equipped to handle a heat stroke case. Now if you don't have it, then how you design your public infrastructure? So what you need to do is in an emergency, because that's something which could be worked at. But yes, I won't say that you require anything new. You just require a thought. Because she, for example, same research. There's a different philosophies. 4 of us sitting together are thinking from a very different perspective altogether. Rather, I'll say her thought of working on is much more matured and rather much more advanced to what is the requirement coming in. Right? So I may be a one stage behind her, where I've actually thought, okay, up till doing a variation of surfaces could help me. Now I can see that there is a little more possibility or leapfrog which is there in the research. But actually there are 4 individuals thinking differently. So that's where I think where the stress should be.
Very well said. Actually, it is not an silo. We don't need to work in silos, and it has to be an inclusive and integrated approach and thought that is needed in our planning approach. So, as Salim has pointed out, Shreya has worked on adaptive thermal comfort, and that is what makes us understand that for everyone it is different. For a vulnerable age groups it is different. For a person wearing happen over the day. And with this closing remark, I would say yes, it is very interdisciplinary area that we need to work on, and it is not only like in yesterday's talks we have heard, it is not only the hardware or the infrastructure, it is also the software or the soft scape, the livelihood matters, and also the health issue that needs to be incorporated in our design. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. We would like to extend our gratitude with a token of thanks. May I please request Professor Das Gupta to kindly present the memento to Professor Paul. I also request Professor Mehrotra to please present the memento to Mr. Salim. Thank you, ma'am. I kindly request Professor Parashar to kindly present the memento to Ms. Malhotra. I would like to now request Professor Das Gupta to please present the memento to Ms. Banerjee. Finally, I request Professor Parashar to please present the memento to Professor Mehrotra. Thank you, everyone. With this, we conclude the panel discussion. We'll be moving ahead with the lunch, but as we are running a little behind the schedule, I request all the technical session people who all will be presenting their papers to quickly have the lunch, and we'll try to start the technical presentations by 2:50. So we have half an hour. I request all the people who are presenting to quickly finish their lunch and then begin with their presentations.
Got it.